Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Greetings, everyone. Let's see if this will make me log in. Like that. Alright, well, I hope everybody is doing good out there wherever you are, staying safe, and I want to thank everybody for your support here, your continuing support. Trying to get justice for this family. We're not ready to give up, are we? I know a lot of you aren't. Hopefully none of you are. 3,000, almost 4,000 members in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and still growing. So that is great. That is awesome. Always good to see that. Good to hear that. Last few weeks have been a little bit crazy for me, so I have not been as responsive as I would like to be with the group, but I am really glad that I'm seeing a lot of great comments, a lot of great posts still. And so if you're not a member of the group, please consider doing so. I think there's something for everybody. Again, just the main thing, what the purpose of the group is. The group will be used to investigate the odd circumstances surrounding the deaths. Alright, so that should be the focus. That should be where our focus is. And just go through a few other things here. So if we go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, this is where, gotta type it in right, of course, but thegrayce.wordpress.com, and this is where you can find all of the documents. All you have to do is all the documents, all the photos, scroll down to the bottom of the home page here, and you can get the AVPD reports, the 2 copies of David Crowley's script, The Gray Stage by me. You can look at the Apple Valley Police crime scene photos. We also have the BCA 485 big document, 485 pages. The BCA crime scene images, the BCA 488, which is another 488 page document that we got later on. Lots of stuff in there. All of this stuff I try to use as much as I could for my book. I am working on what I thought was going to be an extended version of the Gray Stage book. Now we'll see if maybe if there will be enough content to actually be kind of like a second part, I guess, of the book. The Gray Stage really needed to be focused on the documents, and focused on all of the strange things, and there was a lot of stuff that was cut out just because it just didn't flow, didn't fit, or wasn't at the time, I guess I felt wasn't necessary. But going back through the book, getting ready for our next podcast that we're going to be doing here very soon, probably this weekend on the kitchen laptop, I just realized how much more stuff there was that did not make it into this book, and probably a lot of stuff that should have, and just little things like that. The gun, David Crowley's gun, was it registered to David Crowley. Sophia brought that up. A few other people brought that up too. And it was like, wow, the more I look at it, the more stuff here is like, wow, okay, I could have included this, I could have included this document. So we'll see. And then we did, I mean, I've done myself 199 episodes for the Gray Stage, the YouTube series, the video series. So going through a lot of that, there's a lot of that stuff in there that I probably could have included. Um, I wanted to stay away from a lot of the he said, she said stuff, but I still think there's a lot of good documentation in there that should be added in book form, including the conversation I had with Sidra's friend. I thought there was a lot of stuff in there that needs to be put in print. So that was, I think we went about an hour long, and so there's a lot of stuff there. Going back over the notes I had with Sidra, there's a lot of stuff there that didn't make it in. But the stuff that is a little frustrating that didn't make it in is stuff like the documentation about who owned that gun. I don't know if that's in the police reports, so I'm going to have to go back through that. We know that Kamel owned a similar gun, and so just looking at some of the documentation here. This is one of the guns that David Crowley sold back in 2011. A lot of stuff with Danny Mason. A lot of interesting things. The conversations between David Crowley and his lawyer regarding the Gray State LLC. I feel like I kind of dropped the ball on that. I could have included a lot more data there. There was so much to go through at that time. So it's still a question of if I'm going to make an extended version of this book, or if I should really try to maybe just make a second book. And so if you have any thoughts on that, please feel free to let me know, and I'll keep an open mind to that. But so here's the bill of sale. This is for a different Springfield XD purchased. The thing about this Springfield XD is it was purchased by Kamel but sold by David. But because they're married, I guess that's okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. But that was in July of 2009. Is that right? That can't be right. That is right. So she bought a gun in 2009. Interesting. Just noticed that now. Alright. And that gun was then sold later on. So this is some of this guy, Eric Paxier, he's an interesting character too, and he was in the Sloppymentary, A Gray State as well, so you'll find him in there. But sorry I didn't give anybody any notice that I was gonna go live here. I have neglected this channel, this Gray Stage YouTube channel, so I noticed that there's a lot of videos that I need to upload to this channel, and need to give this channel a little more TLC. So let's try to start working on that too. Here's another gun, and Adam Schambauer is another guy who keeps popping up here. And of course, another guy who believes that David Crowley is guilty. So, pretty interesting there. I don't know. The correlation with these people that David Crowley surrounded himself with, and how quickly they all were to just assume that David Crowley was guilty, is very shameful. So Adam Schambauer, maybe just Sham. I mean, that's a pretty accurate term for how this guy acted after David's death, in my opinion. So there was a gun, the AR-15, just the lower receiver, was sold to Adam Schambauer in 2010. So I'm sorry, this is a gift, not a sale. A gift, not a sale. That's right. I got that mixed up a few times before. So let's see, another firearms transfer to David Stark. Never really found out who David Stark was. um, how he fits into all of this either. But that was in June of 2012, right before, 2 months before the Gray State movie trailer, the 2012 movie trailer was released. So, and this is a Springfield XD, another Springfield XD. It's a pretty popular gun around where David is and everything that he's doing. So there's another one there, but could not find anything about who who the gun was registered to. Again, it could be in the police reports, but if anybody has that information, I think that would be a good thing to kind of just to verify, to clarify. So, but anyways, tons of documents if you ever want to go through, and whatever documents you are looking for, um, you'll find them here. There is a lot to go through. Alright, so I hope that all of this helps in your research. Regardless of your view, even if you think David Crowley is guilty, I think you'll find a lot of stuff in here that will show you why he's not. And below all the documents, you will find the latest episode, whatever the latest episode of the Gray Stage podcast is. Those will all be here too. Try to make that fairly easy for you to kind of scroll through and find more. But yeah, the one I did with Kamel's friend is about an hour long. The Rotten reviews. So there will be bonus shows, some archive shows, and then of course every month there will be a new podcast for the Gray Stage podcast, and you'll be able to find that either on Spotify, on Anchor.fm, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. I think it's pretty much everywhere. Google Play. So wherever you're looking for it, wherever you're trying to find it, you should be able to find it. Here's another image of the of how the bodies were found, northeast, and there you go from there. So all that was in a lot of these notes and stuff, the stuff that you'll see where it looks like it's all handwritten stuff. Most of that came from the BCA 488, which I believe is a big document. I mean, that's almost 500 pages, but I think if you're going to go through any document, look at the police report, and look at the BCA, where is it? The BCA lab results and the BCA 488. I mean, really, it's like, well, you gotta look at everything pretty much to really get a full picture to understand, why David Crowley is not guilty. I mean, if you just want to assume David Crowley is, then I guess just don't even look at any of this. But if you want to actually look at the facts, then you would have to look at this stuff and come to the same conclusion that any logical human being would come to, which is David Crowley is not guilty. Still on the Gray Stage WordPress site, if you click on read the book, this will take you to the link where you can either download the free PDF, or you can always purchase it too. You can purchase a physical copy there. Now, if you have purchased, or if you're going to purchase a physical copy within the last month or two, this is an updated version of the book. It's just basically typos, things like that, grammar that fellow researchers have helped me out with. I want to thank you all for that too. I really appreciate that. So I did not have the money to hire a professional editor to go through this. So I pretty much did all of this myself, and had some very talented people proofread this, and that is about it. So if you bought this when it first came out, you'll probably notice some typos, maybe some grammar errors, but if you purchase this within the last month or two, then you have the version without those typos and everything. And I know for a lot of people it's more about the actual research and the document, so it's not a big deal, but I do want to put in as much work, as much effort to it as possible. So a lot of the stuff that was taken out, I'm just going to go back there if I can. A lot of the stuff that was taken out, there's also a section for that, Gray Stage book extras. This is what I started with, and it was going to be, yeah, I think this one, if you read this, it's about maybe 20 pages on text, but it has grown, and it's growing. It's about closer to 60 pages now. So that's where I'm at with that, and who knows, I might be able to get maybe um, a whole nother book out of this. They don't have to be structured in a certain way, but that's that's possible. So that's what I'm debating now. Just finished two books. Gonna get back into the COVID book that I'm writing in real time, pretty much. But then I need to figure out what to do with the Gray Stage extras. Do I have enough here for a second book? And should it be a second book, or should it just be an extra chapter, which is what the first idea was, is I could just make this all one big chapter and throw it in the Gray Stage book as a bonus chapter, I guess. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm still not 100% sure. But going back to the Gray Stage, or going back to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, um, lots of good posts. This post that has come up here, Solomon Daywood, I hope I'm not butchering your name, but I really want to thank you for um, dropping in and creating this post here, and I'm gonna read this out. I think this is a very important post. A lot of the posts are really good. This question has come up. This area has come up a few times, and I think it's really broken down well here. So here's what he said yesterday at 9:44 a.m. So that would be October 27th. Truly bad work by the police. The police on The Simpsons would have done a better job. The only thing I the only thing I can really set aside from lie to truth is in regards to the open Quran on the floor. I would not have thought much on this until the documentary stated it was open to pages of forgiveness. I'm here to tell you that is a complete lie. If anything, those verses are asking protection from evildoers and the mischief makers. I have a I have I have a huge in-depth of knowledge in this area as being a Muslim, and for the last 6 years studying from an Islamic university in Doha, Qatar, and receiving certifications in areas of Quran, Sharia, and other Islamic issues. It was truly what piqued my interest in looking into this more. The documentary and media was pushing a narrative he was asking for forgiveness before killing his family, hence open Quran to the verses like I mentioned. The verses are in reference to seeking protection, not forgiveness, and in all respects to me believing that people other than David did this, and supporting physical facts that just don't add up. No blood on bullet or ceiling. I worked for the summer at Trauma Bioservice Cleaners some of these events, and I find that almost impossible that was the case, as multiple other impossibilities in that house. I apologize for the long novel of an introduction, but I truly hope someone reopens this one day and runs polygraph on those four people. Pretty powerful. And by the time that I got to asking this question, I noticed that this question had already been asked, but it is about the Quran, and it is about sorry, it is about the blood writing and why Allahu Akbar and then Allah, why it's written twice differently. So he does go into that and he explains that as well. One of the comments here from Catherine: you're not the first person to come forward and say the Quran is not a forgiveness prayer page. A couple of years ago now, someone who came from Pakistan and has read the Quran their entire life said it wasn't a forgiveness prayer. That's pretty interesting because the forgiveness prayer, I believe that was Sidra, Kamel's sister, is the one that told police that it was open to a forgiveness prayer. We're not sure what page the police actually showed her, or if they showed her the photos of the quote unquote forgiveness prayer, but This has been a big thing here because the Allahu Akbar, the Muslim angle, the Quran, all of that is almost like a second murder scene. It's almost like a second crime scene. Um, and so, why is all of that here? What does that have anything to do with David? And why is it being pushed? First, it was covered up, but why is it being pushed so heavily in the sloppumentary? I think that's another valid point. Barbara Carpenter commented, I believe the Muslim Quran Association was all stage. If you are proficient in both Arabic and English, would it not be that term Allahu Akbar does not translate properly into English? That if it were a real Arab Muslim who had written it, it would be Allah Akbar, is what she says. So she's saying it would not be the term Allahu Akbar does not properly translate into English. And if it were a real Arab Muslim who had written it, it would be Allah Akbar. My second statement would be that the term Allahu Akbar is a takbir. I don't know, I'm not sure what that is. Exclamation or phrase that is spoken. Interesting. For example, if you greet someone during a happy event, you might use the term Allahu Akbar, but it is never used in a negative sense when speaking, in that it is a spoken expression, not written. It only appears in 2 or 3 places in the Hadith and in the Arabic dictionary, of course. Last, I understand that Allah Akbar means that Allah is great, where Allah is the subject. However, Allahu Akbar, when attempted to be translated into English, makes Allah the object, not the intended subject. This would be improper, which is why I feel the term Allahu Akbar has no written translation in English. I understand in Arabic and many other European countries the passive tense is used, but that is rarely used in English any longer. So an attempt to translate Allahu Akbar into English, which would mean that Allah is the greater or the greatest, and would be wrong as written, because Allah is not the subject in written English translation. My contention is that it was staged by someone who had a smattering of knowledge on spoken Arabic expressions, but not how they were used. The person who wrote on the wall was not fluent in both Arabic and English. The Muslim connection was a red herring. Your comments would be welcome. And he sure does comment here. I'm going to read 1 or 2 of these comments. Barbara Carpenter, very impressed with your details on the topic. The takbir can be used in various ways. For example, in our prayers, we open our prayers with Allahu Akbar, and almost every movement requires the takbir prior to those movements. Now that it's used in the passive in prayer, as for greetings, it's never used. The greeting will always be a salam alaikum, and the reply is equal or better as a requirement in Quran and Sunnah. Now, if we are chatting after our salams, and it's about something amazing, like let's say a beautiful sunset, then one could say Allahu Akbar. Now, in the possibly yelling Allahu Akbar, this is usually seen on the battlefield. When success of a battle or explosion of something, Allahu Akbar will be yelled. But linguistic, it all means the same in English. God is Allah, great, Akbar. God is, which is Allah, great, Akbar. So Allahu Akbar. The Arabic English translation of most is almost backwards into what we are used to in English. This is something that when English speakers like myself start to learn Arabic, we can't really think in English terms. A small example. In English we say bylaws, book. In Arabic is first and the bylaw is last. The book of bylaw. Billah. I know I'm mispronouncing this. I don't speak Arabic, sorry. Al-Kitab Bilal. Or another example is where are you from? In Arabic, it is from where you. It's somewhat complicated to explain over text, really, and for me to read it too. But he says it's somewhat complicated to explain over text, really. But I hope that kind of gives you a brief understanding and direct translation, because some things cannot be directly translated, really. It's more implied with an additional or removal of a letter. As for the writing on the wall, that's a tough one, really. I agree that someone did definitely have a smattering of knowledge of the expression, indeed. And honestly, I do agree with your findings on who you think wrote on the wall. And the connection, and the connection was a red herring. I hope I somewhat answered your questions and didn't add more confusing things. And they go back and forth, kind of. And so by the time that I had gotten, to ask this question, Barbara had already asked everything I pretty much wanted to ask. I'm actually going to read a few more here. I got a little time. We're still live here, October 28th, 2020, and I'll be live here for a few more minutes, and then I'll just go into some of the Gray Stage replays. And I want to thank everybody who has participated in those, everyone in the chat room who has helped with all of that. And the main reason is the main reason why I replay all these is because every day it's like there's new people that are just learning about this case, that are curious about this case, that are trying to get caught up. And it's almost impossible. You cannot, this is not one of those cases that the way that I feel is this is not a case that you can just look at a couple times and just, within a couple days, really think that you have it all figured out. I think the more knowledge people have, the more research that they do, the more documentation, it can solidify one's view, but it can also change one's view too. And a lot of people that are just learning about this they've only either looked at the 2012 trailer, they've looked at some of the conspiracy theories on this, and they've looked at the sloppumentary, and that's really it. So they're coming here to this group, to the YouTube channels, to find out more, to learn more, and that's a great thing. So I try to replay those as much as I can until we can get the case reopened, and then I'd probably stop that for a while, until we can get some solid conclusions about this, or at least till we can get the police to admit that David Crowley is not guilty, and there's possibly a murderer out there right now. Whichever comes first. Okay, so Barbara says, I'm impressed. When I said in my earlier post Allahu Akbar would be used in a good positive way, it would be after an initial greeting, after meeting. If I tell you in a conversation that I got a much better job, I think you might reply Allahu Akbar on my new position after the greeting as Salam alaikum. I know I had said that wrong, and I know I've heard that before. She also says, I think it would be never used if I told you that my mother had recently died. I know it is a call to prayer, also a positive event. I know it is used in battle, but is that not a usage that for which it was not intended originally? We may hear people use the term in the news, but to a non-Arabic speaker, it would be a negative use. Allahu Akbar is a positive takbir by my reading. Spanish is similar. I'm glad she brought that up. Japanese is also similar too. When I'm watching my Japanese wrestling, when they announce the Japanese wrestler, they announce they announce the first name and the last name. But when it's translated into text, it's backwards. So their last name in English is pronounced first. So I understand what they're saying. It's a little bit backwards there. Spanish is similar. In Spanish it would be El Libro de Badal, which translates to the Book of Badal. Where are you from? In Spanish it would be De Donis Eres, which would literally mean from where are you? The police would not have bothered to look at language or religious nuances that only pose as being religious and correct Arabic, like the page in the Quran. all staged by someone to confuse the police who would not likely have any Muslim authority on staff to say this is not right. Someone with no conscience did this to throw the police off the real motive and make the police decide upon David was a murderer. I blame police for not immediately calling in the FBI, as they would have the experience and the personnel to know it was staged. Not only those who have direct knowledge of Arabic and with the Muslim faith Quran, but also forensic people who would know how to collect evidence and view a crime scene for inconsistencies, all pointing to a staged crime. Thank you for the information and help. It bothers me that it would seem so stereotypical to add in a religious element to throw off police to the easiest conclusion that David had disintegrated mentally, or that David was financially finished, his movie rejected, he had become mentally ill from the obsession with the film, and throw in a few Muslim references to add religion to the mix. But the opposite is true. He had money. He was not a big spender. He was close to signing a deal for a series, and he was interested in many spiritual teachings, so no evidence that he was fanatical toward one. Thank you. Very good. So curious to see what you all think about all of this. Allahu Akbar, Allah Akbar. Why is it written in two separate places? I'm going to scroll down here to see. So I had asked, and thank you for this info, what about Allahu Akbar written in blood on the living room wall and submit to Allah now written on a notepad? Why is Allah written different? And this is one thing that has really, really bothered me. Why is it written differently? So I'll just read some of this explanation here. And I have not responded to him yet, to this person yet, but I do hope to respond very soon. And he says, that's an extremely good question. That Dhamma I was speaking about is always there, but pronouncing it depends on where it is in the sentence, and if it's a subject or predicate information, like noun to adjective, or in Islamic terms, connect Allah to his attributes. There is another saying we use in Islam that uses this Allahu Alam, which means Allah knows best. But you wouldn't apply the same rules to submit to Allah or submit to Allah now, because I believe now is the verb. Even though the Dhamma is still present in writing, it's known not to pronounce it. Like I said, Arabic can be a very complicated language, but I don't think the difference of terms that were used Allahu on the wall and Allah on the pad of paper signifying any high level of understanding of Arabic, but rather just knowing Allahu Akbar is with a U, and anything mentioned with Allah other than the Takbar has no U in translation. Very interesting. He says, you will see the Dhamma, but I would just write and say this as Allah. Even submit to Allah. Allah will be at the end of a sentence, and the word is surrender instead of submit. Ooh, that's pretty interesting too. This is, yeah, so it sounds like Barbara is right on, that it's someone who has a smattering of knowledge. They wanted it to look like this. Maybe to shut up the family, shut up Kamel's family. Because I think Kamel's family in the movie, in the Sloppumentary, they were a big target for that. I mean, after speaking with the family friend of Kamel's family, that's exactly what it was. Like, they were being set up too. It seemed like, they had no idea what the Sloppumentary was really going to focus on. When they saw an early copy of it, they didn't understand the point Eric Nelson was trying to make, and it was all just to make Kamel look crazy too, to if not subliminally promote this pack theory, maybe even worse, if not consciously or subconsciously, I don't know. But that film, it's almost like an MK Ultra film, I guess you could say. That's the best comparison that I could get. So surrender to Allah and you. would not even pronounce the Allah. It would be more like Ilah because of the Shada symbol on Allah. It's very confusing. I will make a small video. So I need to look at this video. I look forward to that. That would be great. So it looks like he did make a video. I wonder if this is it, if we can actually watch this here. About 60.
Again, this is a message in replying to Barbara's comment or questions. Definitely one of the things I can't type out. I can text it because we'll lose. Some things are just better explained because then we have intention and stuff like that behind it. You're finding out very quickly that the Arabic English trade-off for words doesn't always work. When I first started learning Arabic and reading and writing, I found that I had the same problem. Like, words meant one thing, it just doesn't flow. Like, you said yourself in Spanish, the context of where nouns go and stuff like that are similar to Arabic as well, and even French is like that too. And but Arabic goes one step further. Well, I wouldn't say one step further, but I find the complicated thing with it is there's not general trade-offs for words. There's general words for things of items, like cat, ball, dog. But when it comes to even like jump, action words, there's words. But when it comes to things like submission, like, how do you define it? Like, how do you define a submission, right? So I can see where a little bit of the confusion comes in, where it's submit to Allah, but also Islam means submission. But we also got to remember that Islam also means peace, right? So it all depends on the context in which you're using it. We obviously in the English language have something similar. It's the word cool. Cool can mean two things. It can mean I'm cool, like I'm doing all right, or maybe better than all right. Or it can mean cool, it's not cold and it's not hot. It's cool. It's cool out. Or, I had a situation where my wife came in the house and she asked me how I was doing, and I said, I'm cool. She says, it's not cold in here. What, are you sick? Of course I laughed. I said, no, I'm doing good. Then I had to explain to her what I meant. And she knows English. She's fluent in English, but she's only been at it 10 years. So she has that issue that we're having, which we have it going from English to Arabic. She has it going from Arabic to English. Now, I hope I'm not getting on different tangents. I'm just trying to explain that you will never have, I'm not going to say never, but it's a complicated language. Some things are very expressive, and it's all in how it's used, much like English. So, for instance, if I wrote a letter to a friend of mine, or I want to ask a question to somebody in Saudi Arabia, and they didn't know English at all, and I typed out this letter in English and used Google Translate, yeah, it wouldn't work. You'd almost be running the risk of maybe insulting the person. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, it's that kind of language. It's really different in that sense. Like, I might throw up a screenshot. I got a couple friends on my Facebook where they'll put something up in Arabic, a long thing, and then Facebook will do a translation below. And if you read the translation below, it's just like, wow, what are these guys talking about? So enough said about that, and I'm glad you've noticed that, because a lot of people don't notice that, but that doesn't really affect the English, what was written. What does affect what the English, what was written, was the intent of who wrote it. Like, I think you mentioned that. And that's the key. That is the whole key, is what was the intention of who wrote it? Because in Islam, we don't usually say submit to Allah now. We do say submit to Allah, and we say it quite frequently. It's basically the intent behind that is to submit to the will of Allah. But because the will of Him, we believe that everything is in control from Him. He's the creator, sustainer, maintainer of everything, right? Nothing happens without Him, good or bad, to us. So if we're submitting to the will of Allah, whether it's good or bad, then we're submitting to what we believe comes from Him. And only He can remove that hardship from us. It's much like if your neighbor parked a car in your driveway and blocking you in your car or in your driveway, and you want to leave. Well, where are you going to go? You're going to go down the street to another neighbor's house to tell him to remove the car? No, you're going to go to who is blocking you to remove this obstacle from you. And we believe the same thing. So if we have obstacles in our lives and hardships in our lives, we actually say it, submit to Allah. Or if we say it usually to ourselves, but it's also said to another brother or a sister to another sister, that, I'm having some hardships in my life and things are not just going the right way, especially with COVID right now. Like, you'll hear it a lot now. People sometimes are losing their businesses, and, people say submit to Allah, like it's within His control, submit to Him, pray, ask Him to remove the hardship, whatever, right? So that's one end of it. And this is why I think I mentioned in one video that when that came up on the documentary, the photo of that particular note, my wife and I were looking at it and was like, wow, because that's a deep statement. That is a deep statement. To say that, this is usually not reserved, I don't want to say reserved, but it's something commonly said by Muslims, submit to Allah. And the now part, I can't see why that would be used. This is not something. I've actually asked a few other colleagues, brothers, or teachers of mine about this statement. They would say the same thing. It's we would never say this. We would say it maybe to somebody who maybe was, really, that was Muslim and who wasn't practicing the deen that much, and who was starting to get involved in maybe whatever. They were coming away from Islam for whatever. We would say, you need to submit to the law right now. It's not tomorrow, not later. You need to do it now, right? But honestly, without the intent, it's really difficult for me to, say one way or other why the statement was put down, and what context it was trying to be used in, by either David's hands or the other perpetrators in the house. It's definitely left me scratching my head for sure. Because, like I said, it's not a statement you hear very often being used. Even Allahu Akbar, it's not a statement that you hear. Like it all actually, that note actually contradicts a lot of stuff that they say. Like, I don't know. The only other negative form of context I've heard this statement, submit to Allah now, is around 2014, 2015. Well, maybe even before that, where it's basically some of these radical Muslims with hostages, and they're making videotapes. I don't want to get into details, but you know, they have the hostages, and you know, it was around that time, I think, they were addressing a lot of videos to America and Britain, and they would have hostages, and they would say, you know, submit to Allah now, you know, withdraw your troops, submit to Allah now. And then, you know, they would do away with the hostages. That's the only other time I really heard it being used, really, like in that context of submit to Allah now, as more of a command, like somebody telling somebody else to do it, like submit to Allah now or else, which is generally not something we practice, really. You know, it's, forgive me if I'm rambling on. I'm just in awe with the note too, and I wish I could offer, you know, one way or another to shed some light on, you know, an exact why somebody would say that. You know, it's not an easy statement to, decipher and say, well, this is the intention of the person who wrote it, and this is why they wrote it. It's definitely, we're missing big keys here, right? If David wrote it, what was his intention with it? If somebody else wrote it, what was their intention from writing it? Because like I said, it totally contradicts the rest of what happened, really. You know, if David wrote it, what did he mean of writing it? Was he going to, like, what were they trying to set the scene like? Like, he killed his family. He wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall. You know, lots of blood. Then went to his office. Thought he wrote himself down a to-do list. You know, open the Rise. Oh, and in just in case I forgot, I need to submit to Allah now. And then go out back into the living room, grab the Quran, rip pages out of it. Hey, we found this place in the Quran. We're just going to read it and shoot myself. This is way too much inconsistencies, like way too much overlapping hypocritical things going on there, you know. It's just, I was told many years ago by a judge, you know, when we have so many inconsistencies, generally it's a lie, because there's lots of inconsistencies. Truth is very easy to follow, you know, and with what they're trying to portray and what's actually happening, is very contradictory to religiously to each other, actually, you know. Like if they were trying to, at one point I think they were trying to sell the notion that that this whole Islam ripping out pages and all this kind of stuff and the writing on the wall was some kind of salt in the wound towards his wife after he killed it. Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, you know, especially with the note, submit to Allah now. Like, how does that come into play? You know, was it trying to mean in the context like, well, submit to Allah now? You can't. You're dead. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It just, and I'm glad you brought up that point. And I think I've seen a brief on the A's you were talking about, and yeah, he didn't write that. Yeah, his A's were very particular. You don't change your handwriting, you know, just because, you know, his writing was pretty constant, really. So I hope I've helped a little bit. Sorry if I couldn't help anymore. It's like I said, it's just one of those things that I don't want to speculate, and I really don't want to say one way or the other what he had in mind, if he did write it, or the killers. You know, on that side, like I said, you know, I think they were trying to paint a picture. You know, the one picture where, you know, he flipped out, killed his family, felt overwhelming remorse. For some reason, wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall. God is the greatest. Went into the office, or vice versa, who knows. Wrote submit to Allah now, because I got asked for forgiveness. Went back out, opened the Quran to some apparent verses that meant forgiveness, according to the media and everybody else. And ripped out pages for some reason and shot himself after asking for forgiveness. To verses that had nothing to do with forgiveness. Even the pieces of paper that were on the ground, I looked at those surahs. They have nothing to do with forgiveness. There's that one little clip. It just had the number 57. Well, that was from Surah Al-Furqan, and it has just to do with you'll be getting no reward other than walking the straight path. So you'll be getting no riches other than just walking the straight path and doing good in the name of Allah. And the other one was Surah Nahl, from ayats 10 to 13. This just has to do with reaffirming the existence of Allah and the bounties on His creation. So it had nothing to do with forgiveness at all. So I don't know what they're trying to sell, but I ain't buying it. Can't sell no freezer to this Eskimo. But I'll let you go, and any other questions, I'll be sure to try to help more than this one.
Well, that was great. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. Let me just like that one. I'm gonna also subscribe here. Okay, I was gonna leave a comment, but looks like he has the comments turned off. But I would definitely like to maybe get him on one of our conference calls, and I think doing a whole show going over all of the writings, all of the Quran pages. I think this would be a person that would be able to help us out to understand what those pages mean. So I'm definitely going to like this video, respond to it, and try to see if we can do an in-depth show with this person, and that will be great. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here at this point. I'm going to, let's get into some replays here. But the other thing that I would love to ask this person is about jinn, Jinn, and that is because there is the question about jinn, demons, in the English translation, and I do want to know more about that. So what his view is on that. I was watching a YouTube video about the Chris Watts case, and it's an interesting video because it goes through the police CCTV or the police body cam videos, and in the body cam videos there's voices that are heard. A child's voice, perhaps the mother's voice. In another body cam video, the police, after the deaths happen, after Chris Watts, his family is murdered, there is a video of police that are called to the house because they think there's somebody in there. Somebody reports seeing a woman in the house. The police go there, they look around, the garage light is on, there's nobody there, but in one of the videos there is a shadow behind one of the cops. And I bring this up because trying to consider all possibilities with the David Crowley case, I do consider the possibility that jinn were involved, that demons were involved. It doesn't mean that it came from David's side. It could have been there for a long time. It could have came from Kamel's side. But it seems in the Middle East it's more common. It's like in Russia, in the Russian area. My father-in-law was telling me about some of these stories, about demons, about seeing things, and these are not crazy people. These are not insane people. And so I think the whole demon thing was supposed to be in Eric Nelson's film. When Kamel's family had their footage taken out, all of that gotten taken out. So that's why it's kind of out of place. A lot of the things that you see in Eric Nelson's film regarding Kamel seeing things, hearing things, they don't go into it more. They just kind of like, well, she's just crazy. But I wonder if there is any footage, any of the home footage from David, from his wife, or maybe there is some shadows lurking in the background. Maybe there is something there. And in the chapter, in the Gray Stage book chapter, where I talked with Kamel's sister, she had mentioned she saw something, and I don't think she's crazy either. These things are real. And so I do wonder if there's any. I believe there is involvement in it. I don't know how deep it goes or anything. It is the only thing to me that would explain. Not the only thing. It's one of the only things that would explain a police cover-up. Because they're just not going to go there. But again, I'm keeping an open mind to it, and I really don't care if people think that I'm crazy for even going there. It doesn't matter to me. But I'd like to ask this person about that, about the jinn, get some more information on that. Bring this up because David Crowley, we know that there was at least one camera in the house, and the camera was pointed towards the Crowley family garage. I always thought that was weird. But then looking at the Chris Watts case, and where the light was coming on was in their garage. Just a wild theory, just throwing it out there. Maybe David had cameras set out to try to catch something, to try to catch some footage of it. David had the same technology that a lot of these ghost hunters use. So who knows? But if he caught something, I'd be pretty interested in looking at the family footage, at his footage, to see if they did. That'd be the first thing that I would look for. The camera in the garage is never mentioned. We had some of our members who pointed it out that it was even there, and then we had the owner at the time, who has since moved out, the owner that lived there after David. She was able to show us photos of where you can see that the camera was pulled out of the house. So, and it's just a camera. It's not like there'd be any footage on that particular camera, but it would just be interesting to know what the purpose of having a camera in the garage was, and if there were other cameras set up around the house to try to catch something. I think if David was willing to film his wife's experiences or her recounting these things, it's possible. Maybe he was trying to catch some footage of a jinn. All right, now I'm way off topic, way off. So I hope you all have a great day, and I'm going to go ahead and play some replays. God bless you all. Until next time.
S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
2933 Sam 14 for suspicion, 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, copy. 10-14, copy.
2933 additional.
Go ahead.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Receive. Wait, Anthony, you can put me on that call. Just send this one. I'll have comments later. Work.
Sam 14 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051.
Sam 14 I'm out.
Templar, 1305.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Stand by, man.
Templar. 4920, I'm out.
934, send me the ramp, so I'm out. 49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
There's several obviously deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034 still on.
Separation.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Do you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? Very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie 1, copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked. Slightly ajar.
Charlie 1 copy.
33 up 2.
Rear first 2.
Okay, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy.
4934 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49 Sam 14.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here near this dog.
10-4. 3211 for 3 vehicle, 1050, display and pilot. 11, I copy. And they're pulling into the gas station. 10-4. 1350.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1. Winter 20. Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring your pole out and back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
Be making entry into the house.
I'll be making entry. 10-4.
49 14.
49 Sam 14.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want him in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators and go to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there.
45 I'll be in the area. Echo here in PDF.
10-4, 1338.
101, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
We get BCA call. Have them call the number on my login screen, please.
Alright. Live pages or discuss Mason Hendricks, the new article that I just wrote about my discussions with Mason Hendricks. There was a lot more notes and stuff that I had, but basically I just felt Mason Hendricks was not very honest when I chatted with him, and I found a lot of the things that he said, he contradicted himself in many of them. Some of them just seemed weird, and I think other things were just kind of outright lies. So when you have a person who first says that it can be a joint decision between David and Camille to kill themselves and take their daughter with them, then about a year later Mason Hendricks changes his story, and then he goes on to tell other people that he might think that it's possible too. So it's just all games. I think a lot of people kind of already know that, so I don't know how much time really needs to be spent on all the stuff that we already know, pretty much. So there's two police PDFs out there. There's the one that we got about a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago now. We got that in 2016, and it was a 94 pages of police reports. The only thing that was redacted in those police reports was any mention of the blood wall and any mention of what was written in the note in David Crowley's office bedroom. That was it. They left phone numbers in there. They left a lot of other things that really didn't need to be in there. But then Dan Hannon got a bigger file most recently, 485 pages. And what I found interesting in those, unless I'm missing it, there's certain police reports that were in the 94-page PDF that are not in the new 485-page PDF. So I found that kind of strange too. Like, why not? Why not include those? So same thing with photos, I guess, but it makes sense to me because the first 464 photos that we got were from the Dakota County Sheriff's Office. Dan Hannon then more recently got, I think it was 667 photos from the BCA. So that makes sense. But if you're going to put some police reports into the BCA PDF, they should have just put all of them in there. So I thought that was a little odd too. So I'm not really sure exactly what I should cover here. Yeah, there's those reports. I would say, because first I was just going to recommend to everybody, just read the 485 pages. But if there's stuff in there, or if there's things that are missing from the 485 pages, then it's like, okay, now you have to read the 94 pages first, then you have to read the police reports inside of the 484 pages. So it can get confusing very quickly. Same with the photos and the way that the photos were taken. Now all of the photos are kind of not timestamped, but they're there's a number, there's a name to it, so you can see, DSC 4501, then DSC 4502. So you can obviously tell which ones were taken first. There's probably about hundreds of photos that we did not get that are just missing, or whatever, not missing. The only thing that we know that was missing was some of the body parts. But if you do happen to read the new piece that I put out on Mason Hendricks, he did say that he thought that there was a hand found in the basement, which was an interesting statement. Now, I talked to Mason Hendricks. He must have told me this 2 years ago. We talked, I think, on January 13th, 2016. Going back through my notes recently, I was stunned by some of the things that he had said, and I was kind of mad at myself for not actually writing this article a lot sooner. But that's how life is. That's how time is. So finally got that done. There's still a lot more that I didn't put in there that I might throw in there later. Might add it to my book. He threw a big fit about my book, about having his quotes in there. even though he had already previously told me that he didn't care. Now that everything is done, he doesn't care what I write or what I do with it, right? He even told me that I could record him. It was only later that he was kind of like backing out on the whole quote thing. And if I would have known that, I would have never even talked with him, because I do want to make sure that if somebody tells me something, if I am to repeat it or to write it in a piece or in a book or somewhere, I want to make sure that what I'm saying is what they actually said. I don't want to paraphrase, and I don't want to try to guess, well, he was, he meant this or he said that. It's like, that doesn't help us get to the truth. It's very important to have quotes, to have things like that, to have the factual data of what this person said and what that person said. And if Mason Hendricks can do it for all of these other people, and can talk to the press and talk to other people, and they can all quote him, what's the difference? Because if he's telling the truth, then he should be telling me the exact same thing that he's telling them, right? So I don't see what the big deal is. Welcome everybody. Thanks for coming. I just kind of threw this up, so let's see. I think there's a few questions. Jeannie is currently reading the report. That's awesome. I hope you find some stuff in there. I'm sure we're gonna find out later on that there were more things in these reports that were missing. So I'm sure we'll find that, and we'll have to request some of that too. First time viewer, not really sure what is going on. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just kind of testing. I'm new to the whole live YouTube stream and all that, and I just have my phone set up here, and I'm just talking, and I wish that one day I will figure out a way where, if you did want to join in here, and we could screen share, and you could see everything, and we could chat back and forth. That's what I'd rather do. So this is just kind of like just me talking to my phone, seeing, testing the audio, testing the video quality, testing all of these things, because this is all new to me. So I'm going to try my best to speak up more, to be more articulate, but I'm not. I do have a stutter. I don't like speaking. I don't like public speaking. I'm not really good at that. Never been good at it. One of the reasons why I stopped doing drama, because that stage fright thing. But this information is very important. I want to make sure that it gets out there. I want to make sure that people who really do care about the David Crowley case and really do care about finding what the truth is here, or getting as close to it, I just want to try to make sure that they have all of this data, if they need it, if they're looking for it. So we're just trying to collect as much data for you. Let's see, the large report, the large report is the 485-page report. You can find that on my website, and I believe you can find it on Dan Hennon's website, uglytruth.info. So, but if you do have any issues finding it, definitely let me know, and I'll make sure that you can access the 94-page report, the 485-page report, 464 photos, and the 667 new photos that came out recently, semi-recently. So I hope that helps. I hope you, if you want that report, you can look in my article, The Gray Stage number 12, on my website, or The Gray Stage number 11. It's titled Minnesota BCA Reports, and that's where you can find the 485-page documents. There was nothing redacted in this one. I personally took out the people's phone numbers and where they lived, and that was it. I left everything else in. I recently went back into the 94-page document and did that same thing, because there was no need for people's numbers, where they lived. Unless it's relevant to the actual story, then there was no need for police to leave that in. And they didn't do that for everybody. They only did that they only redacted one or two people from there. Everybody else had their name and everything in there. So I hope that helps. I hope that if you go to my website, greatfernandezjr.com, search under The Gray Stage, and you should find that 485-page document. It should be out there. But if you have any issues, if you have any trouble finding it, I'll try to find it. I wonder if I could post it here. post it as a comment if it'll come up. Let me try that, just so everybody has it. And that's the other thing, is to make it easy for, yeah, of course people can go and they can search and read this and go through that, blah blah blah. But I hope to make it as easy for you as I can. So let's see. Okay, so it's part of the report. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the actual hyperlink, throw it in the comments. I don't know if it will accept the comments or not, but hey, let's try it, right? Let's see if that works. Okay, so I just copied and pasted it there. Hopefully that'll work for you. Oh, cool. Good post. Awesome. Okay. As a new viewer, could you provide a brief summary of your work? I'm just a regular person, man. I'm just, I've been researching 911. I've been researching the Iraq War and all that stuff. I started with John F. Kennedy and but it was September 11th that really changed my whole life. And I got involved with We Are Change and started meeting local people in the San Francisco Bay, and had met some really great Christians who have become my Christian brothers. Met some good people, but overall it just seemed like We Are Change was just an intelligence gathering place where they were just gathering intel on other people. So I just kind of dropped out of that. But I just make videos. I love writing. I do music too. So, but I'm just another dude just looking at this stuff, looking at different stories, trying to get some answers. Done a little work on the Philip Marshall case, which was similar to the David Crowley case, but I have spent a lot of time on this David Crowley case. And what I found is I wouldn't have had to spend so much time, you wouldn't have to spend so much time on the David Crowley case if police had just done their job. So at the very least, what I'm hoping that one good thing that will come out of this is that police will watch this. Police can use the David Crowley case as a subject case of what not to do. Okay, when you walk into a home, you make sure you look up. Okay, it's one of the basic things. You don't accuse somebody of a crime without the evidence. If you can't put the gun in the suspect's hands, how do you know that that suspect did it? And if there's no hands, if his right hand is missing, and that's the hand that he shoots himself with, again, how do you know he did it? He doesn't leave a suicide note. So it's just all of these different things. And every time I've talked with cops, they're baffled by it. The ones that I've spoken with personally, they're genuinely baffled by it. Like, that does not make sense at all. So I hope that answers the question. Okay, yeah. So I hope all that helps. I don't know why other people can't leave comments here. If there's a way, like I said, this is all new to me. So if there's a way that maybe in my settings I can adjust so that people can leave comments on there, I would definitely be curious on that. But I think one of the weird things about the David Crowley case is when they walk into the house and they see in blood, Allahu Akbar, written in blood, how do they just guess that David Crowley, a former U.S. soldier, is guilty? That to me was very odd. The other thing that was odd is they didn't tell anybody. They tried to hide the fact that there was blood writing on the wall. They tried to hide that for a long time. And it was only Tom Lydon of Fox News 9 who was able to release that stuff to the public. And he was not supposed to, but thank God he actually did. Or else we might have never known about that. The weird thing about that is if police are going to say that David Crowley went crazy, wouldn't they use that? Why wouldn't they use that to help prove their crazy theory that David Crowley snapped and he did all of this? But no, it was just they didn't even want to talk about that. Police quietly closed the case 1 year later, and they're pretty much not talking about it now. Here we are 3 years later. 3 3 years later, and a lot of just regular people, just like me, are looking in, asking regular questions that the police should be able to answer. If they can't answer them, they need to reopen this case. So that's one thing. I'm really hoping that the case will be reopened one day. Just turning here, when I turn here, I'm just looking at some of the comments, trying to keep up with you guys. Really appreciate you being here. Yeah. You would have to make someone else a moderator on your channel, Greg. Okay, yeah. I'll probably have to figure out how I can do that. That sucks that they can't leave links. I've seen people, they leave like almost hyperlinks if you leave one thing out of it or put a dash instead of a period. I heard that worked. So let's see. Brian says, what baffles me is why would his brother not take the presents in or at least have a look? Well, because there was a lot of problems. I didn't have my other notes in the other room, but David Crowley had not spoken with his brother, I think, since September of 2014. And David's brother tried contacting him, and David did not answer. David would not respond to his brother's text, to his calls, or anything. So the brother going over there, maybe from what he said, is he basically didn't want there to be more friction, didn't want to cause a fight or anything. But then that also begs the question: well, then why did he even bring them over there? Why not have somebody else bring them over there? If you knew it was going to cause some friction, or if you knew, so maybe he was the only one who was in the area to bring those presents over. I don't believe that that's true, because you have the sister too, and the sister was also at the David Crowley's dad's house. So David Crowley's dad was having a Christmas function. It looks like David's sister was going to be there, David's brother was going to be there, but David and his wife and their daughter were not going to be there. So having known that, they had two choices how to get these presents to David Crowley, and obviously the fastest way is to just drive them up there and leave them there. But it wasn't just the presents, there was other mail left there too. There was something from David's lawyer that was left there, and then there was a $14,000 check that was just left on the front porch, which is that's not something that I would do. I mean, but maybe that's just me, But even if you are going to leave a $14,000 check, how long before you check and see if it was cash? So 3 weeks go by, and it's kind of like, if the neighbors hadn't found these bodies, who knows how long the bodies would have been inside of the Crowley house. We know they were in there for 3 weeks, right? So nobody can really say when the Crowleys died. They can theorize on it and they can guess, but they really don't know. Camel's tombstone does say December 25th, 2014, but that's still a guess too. Nobody really knows. And when you think about the fact that when you ask all these questions and nobody really knows, the police don't know, well then how do you know that David Crowley is guilty? It always comes back to that same question. Let me see if I can get caught up on these, some of these things. Jeannie, yeah, if you have any tips or anything, I would love to learn not only how to do like what we're doing now, but how to do like a screen share so that we can have other people kind of hear. I have a program called Cyberlink, and I know it has one of those screen share programs, so maybe that'll do it. Maybe there's some way I can link that up. The other thing I don't like about this chat is once the video finishes, the chat's just gone. Like, shouldn't that chat show up down in the comment section, or like how do you preserve that chat section so that it shows up? So anyways, like I said, I really appreciate everybody being here because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here talking as if I was at a wine bar chatting with somebody on the other side. So let's see. You because I like investigative stuff like this. Yeah, I do too, and I think it's always best to go with the actual documents. Anytime that I can get my hands on government documents, FBI documents are some of the best ones because they always leave stuff out. And that's generally that's where I found a lot of valuable things for various cases. So I always try to go by that. I try to go by what the police did, and in the David Crowley case, to me that's been very important. When you hear people talk about how we're just crazy conspiracy theorists who think that David was killed by the government, blah blah blah, you know, that's not true. They're just spreading those false things because what we're looking at, and we've always started there, is what do the police say? What do their documents say? What evidence did they find to prove David Crowley guilty? And here we are 3 years later, and there's still not very much. Now you have people that claim to know it, that claim to have seen things that the police haven't seen, and to me it also doesn't make sense because that doesn't explain why police came to the conclusion that David Crowley snapped and killed his family, and then killed himself. And then 8 months later, David's mom dies, and we can't find out anything about David's mom either. So to me, that's very strange, especially when you consider how big the Crowley family is. David Crowley, just on his side, just with his parents, huge family, really huge, and several police officers too. I believe at least one or two. I think David's uncle was actually killed. He was shot in the line of duty. Don't quote me on that, but as Mason Hendricks would say, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on this. Make sure you don't quote me on that, knowing full well that on everything else he would be quoted on. So, anyways, little side dig there because it's just like I don't have time to play games with people. If you have some relevant information about this case that you want to share, or you want to let me know why David Crowley is guilty, I'm all for it. I'm totally open to it. Just don't play games. I don't have time for that, and I won't put up with it. And I will call people out if they start doing that and start playing games. And if I catch you in lies too, I think that's the bigger thing. If I catch you in a lie, man, that's it. It's pretty much over. So I'm not talking with Mason anymore. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Yeah, the windows were open. I mean, the front window was open, but from what I've heard, okay, and I haven't been to the house, but from what I've heard is where the front door is and where the blood writing on the wall is, and if you're at the front door, you can't see it. The front door, the front window is pretty high, so you would have to be pretty high to actually see level, and then lower than that is where the bodies were found. The bodies were found on the ground. So we know that Colin Prochnow, the neighbor, 3 weeks after these killings happened, 3 weeks later, Colin Prochnow looks through the window and sees 3 bodies on the floor. He doesn't say anything about, at least in his first call, in the call to the cops, neither he nor his wife says anything about the blood writing. So that's a whole nother thing too. But the thing about the brother, the one thing that I always go back to is, man, it's like he's already gotta feel bad about not doing more, not being able to connect with his brother. So I don't want to get into a whole thing about, well, the brother should have done this, should have done that, because man, I mean, sometimes you just don't think like that, and it's easier to think about that after the fact. So I mean, I think he's probably already telling himself the exact same thing. I wish I would have done this. I wish I would have looked through the window. I wish I would have tried to actually look through the door or something. Now, one thing that Dan Crowley did say when he was at the front door dropping off those presents is he did see the family dog. So he saw the dog poke its head out. So he did see that. Seeing the dog really makes me think he should have saw the blood writing too. That's just, I mean, obviously, that's just a guess, but with what it is. That's what happened. And it's like the Gray State team have tried to control what you get to know and what you don't get to know. And it's all based on what they want to share and who they want to share it with. So very quickly it can become this game that I refuse to get involved in because I don't believe that they know anything. I don't believe, unless they were there, they don't know anything more than what the cops have told them or have shown them. That's it. So, but even that doesn't prove that David Crowley's guilty, because if it did, then the police would have used it to prove David Crowley guilty. All they say is they don't have any evidence that it was anybody else but David Crowley. That's how the 94 pages end. It's like, okay, that's good to know, but do you have any evidence to prove that David Crowley was guilty? If we can force them to answer that question, I think that's really it. Now I asked Jim Gummer, the Apple Valley detective, why he thought David was guilty, or when he knew David was guilty. The question that I really should have asked is, how did you guys prove David Crowley is guilty? Because that is the real question here. So, let's see. I consider the police as the mafia. Well, don't you think, Mr. Slade, or Miss Slade, cognizant Slade, sorry. Don't you think that, we should really, first of all, isn't there a difference between, like, city cops, BART police, and sheriffs and sheriff deputies, right? So, isn't there a big difference between those? It's also like, I don't know that it's necessarily fair to just say that they're all like a mafia, or we kind of lump them into one group. I really do try to treat each police officer, try to judge them for their own things, and try not to put them into a category or anything like that. But sometimes, it does look like a mafia, and there are police mafias. They get caught. There's many of them that get caught, and they're basically they're criminals with badges. So I just don't think it's fair to say that they all are, and I'm sure that's not what you're saying even. When was the last time anyone had contact with them? So I kind of have those notes. Man, I really need to go grab those notes. Like, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab those notes that I have, because I have some good notes on that. Okay. So, So let's see. Let's go back. August 4th, right, at the birthday party, at the daughter's birthday party. Everybody's there. They're all there. They're all at the Crowley house for this big family function. Okay. Then on September of 2014 is when Danny Mason stops talking to him. The last time Danny Mason sees David Crowley is at David Crowley's house. Danny Mason is not allowed to come inside of the house, or you could better just say that David and Danny talked outside of the house. Mitch Heil, same thing. September of 2014 is the last time that Mitch saw David Crowley. Sidra, Kamel's sister, comes over on October 19th, 2014, and tries to see her sister. So in October of 2014, Sidra comes over, sees David, but does not see her sister. So for her, the last time she saw David is October 2014. Mason Hendricks told me that he saw David Crowley early December of 2014. Somebody pointed out that in the new documentary, Mason Hendricks says early November. So I have to do some fact checking there. Sean Wright told me that was probably one of the last people to see David Crowley. And so, if that's true, I would assume that would be mid-December. Now, we know Chris Peck saw David Crowley and Kamel Crowley because they went to Chris Peck's house to come pick up weed, and I believe that was on December 19th or December 20th of 2014. So it could be Chris Peck is what it sounded like. He was the last one to see them. Even, the dad, the last time he saw them was in September. So, the neighbors, November, one of the neighbors. The other neighbor, the last time that Colin Prochnow or Judy Prochnow saw David, it was before Christmas. So, I guess from what I'm reading here, now David was still on social media, he was still sending messages back and forth with people, but when we're talking about who physically saw them last, who physically saw David last, it was probably Chris Peck, who was also part of the new documentary called A Gray State, just like Mason Hendricks was. And they were very secretive about it too. They weren't very forthcoming, and it was just like we were contacted I was contacted, Dan Hanna was contacted to be in a documentary, and we both said yes, because we kind of figured this might be a setup, it might be a hit piece or whatever, but let's just tell the truth. Let's if they're going to ask us what our view is, it's nothing they can't find on Facebook or on YouTube, so we'll just tell them the truth, right? So hope that answers the question. That was a little long-winded for me. Let's see. Brian says, if I was going to leave the presents, I would at least put them on the back deck out of sight. Makes no sense to leave for someone to steal. That's a good point, Brian. I didn't really think of that. Might be better to leave on the back, but then maybe the brother wasn't comfortable going in David's backyard either. So I didn't see any fence around that yard. Really, seemed like anybody could just walk through the backyard, and that would have been very interesting. Of course, that's everybody's different, right? Okay. Jeannie says, I'm kind of wondering why didn't anyone from the little girls' school try to make contact after she didn't show up back to school? Jeannie, I think they did. I think those reports came out that it might be in the 485 page reports, or it might be in the 94 pages one. But somewhere I do remember reading that they did try to contact the Crowleys, and that's all that I know. I guess they didn't send anybody over there. They didn't send a police officer or anything over there to just go knock on the door, as far as I know. So I don't know why they didn't do that. But yes, they definitely should have. And I've kind of been wondering the same thing. So let's see. Yeah, when they're back in I think Dan Hannon said this, they were back in school January 4th. So okay, they come back. 1 week goes by, 2 weeks go by. Yeah, by 2 weeks, of the daughter not being in school, they probably should have done more. I think at least. I know if the daughter would have been older, I think a lot more would have been done, because she was younger. I think it shouldn't have made a difference, but I think that's what made a difference. It's like it's just the kid. Police have a lot of other things going on, so I don't know, and I'm just guessing here. So let's see. Just tell me if you did something on Facebook. Okay, so those comments. Yeah, lots of red flags. Lots of red flags. I've seen streamers impose a chat on the video, but maybe that's torture. Yeah, it's all about the evidence, Jennifer. Obviously you already know that, but the evidence is the most important thing. That's all we're trying to get. I'm just going to plug in my Yeah, yeah, Jeannie, I think you're right. I mean, when just reading some of the first pages. Oh, the other thing you should read too is there was another one that I did that just has. Need to add more documents to it, but it's the Gray Stage number. Number is this? It's like number 8, and it's called Research Documents. So in this one, the point of this one would just be something that if anybody wanted to get started on the case, that I would have one piece that would just send out. Okay, read this, read that. So. Just gotta adjust something here. Sorry, the stream just looks a little fuzzy. Okay, so the other document is number 8. I'm gonna post that here, and this has the 9/11 police calls, I believe. I hope it does. Yeah, and that is very important too. So when you read the call, let's say you just found 3 bodies. Read the transcript of Judy Prochnow, and Colin thinks that he sees mannequins at first sight. Judy is already within one sentence. She's already speculating that this might be a double murder suicide. But they don't say anything about the blood on the living room wall. They don't say nothing about that. In one of the police reports, Colin says, okay, he basically says that he was wrong. Those are not mannequins, but the reason he thought that they might be is because maybe they were set up to make it look like somebody was home when they weren't. Which, when you look at how the bodies were found, also really doesn't make sense. Because the way that bodies were found, most of their heads were missing, limbs were missing, hands were missing, and they must have been bloody. It must have been blood everywhere. So the mannequin thing to me was very, very odd. But it was more strange that somebody would call in to report finding 3 bodies and already be talking about a murder suicide. Thought that was odd too. So hope that link in there helps. Hope everybody got it. This is just anecdotal, but I know firsthand of police starting fights, then blaming everything on the victim. Yeah, unfortunately, that does happen. Stuff like that does happen. And this is at a smaller level. This is at a more local level, but that's a big cover-up too, right? I mean, even for a small department like Apple Valley. Dan Hennon also recently posted something that, and I know he posted this a long time ago, but he reposted that these police officers, the Apple Valley Police Department, these people got awards for this case, for doing such a great job, for doing such a stand-up job, which makes no sense because they didn't do a great job. If you miss a bullet hole, if you miss the kill shot, you can't find the kill shot, and the kill shot is in the living room ceiling, and you miss it on the day of the crime, or the day that you find the bodies, you miss it 2 days later when you're called back because a bullet rolls out of a rug that the cleaners find. You still don't look up. And then it takes you 1 month to find this guy named Chris Klein, and it's only because Chris Klein told you that there was a bullet hole in the living room that you go to the house and find it. 1 month later. February 18th. February 19th. It's just, how does that happen? That's very odd to me. Alright. Let's see. Don't get why they would even move the gun and take the crime. Yeah, I don't understand why they would move the gun and take the crime scene photo either. They move the gun. Not only do they move the gun, first they, to gun must have been on the ground, right, next to David's left hand, even though he is right-handed. They find the gun next to David's left hand. His arms are spread out. Okay, don't forget that. He's lying on his back. Most of his head is missing. Um, Obviously, they took photos of where the gun was. Obviously, they must have photos of where the gun was. They could have given us redacted photos of the gun on the floor, but instead, they moved the gun to the table next to the Christmas tree. They take photos of the gun and the magazine on this table next to the Christmas tree, which is nowhere near where the gun was actually found, really. Then they put tie wraps on the gun and take more photos of it. And if you look at the photos of the gun from the BCA photos, you can clearly see there's not a whole lot of blood on there. How do police just say that it was David because it was found next to his left hand? Okay, all right, fine. But they don't even know if he's left-handed or if he's right-handed. They don't know. The guy's right hand is missing. It's missing, and most of his head is missing. Both of his wife's hands are missing, and the whole daughter's right arm gone. The wife's head, most of it missing. And they are just gonna say David's guilty? At least do some work first. Yeah, come on. So they can say within 4 days, they could say by January 21st, but from what Detective Gummer told me, when he basically said, from the way that I took what he told me, is that he walked into the house, he assessed the crime scene, and thought David Crowley was guilty. Find 2 notes in 2 separate rooms. Okay, find it written in the office bedroom. That is not a suicide note. It says, "Open the Rise Now, latest version, submit to Allah." Okay, and some people have even said, "Open the Rise, latest version" is written one way, and then "submit to Allah" is written a separate way, maybe even by separate people. I don't know. All that I know is that is the only place where they were able to put David's, I think his left index finger there. That's it. So they have one print, right? And you have Mason Hendricks saying that police have prints on the gun, prints here, prints there. They didn't. So maybe maybe they have reports that Mason Hendricks has seen that we haven't seen, which I do believe is possible. Mason Hendricks also said that he had not, when I talked to him back in 2016, January 13th, 2016, he claimed he hadn't even read all of the police reports. But yet, he was telling me things that only later on would be in those police reports. Things that, how would he know unless he was sitting there next to the cops asking them questions? And if they would answer his questions, well, they should be open to answer our questions too. So that was weird. We took photos. Yeah, so Jeannie, so you take photos of where everything is found. It's really odd because police take photos, multiple photos, multiple. If you look in the master bedroom, that's a good place because you'll see some photos where the vacuum is inside of the closet, and you'll see other photos where the vacuum is outside of the closet. Why? There was no need to just take it where it is. For the basement door, because there were questions of was the dog locked in the basement and then later let out. So of course, for that to happen, when police walked into the house, the basement door would have had to have been closed. Well, the police take photos of the basement door open and the basement door closed. So why? I just don't get it. It's things like that that I don't understand. They take photos of the and maybe just because that's what they should be doing. But if that's true, if they're going to take a photo of garbage open and closed, they photos of every cabinet, of the fridge, of everything open and closed, not just certain things. So that kind of bothered me too. So it was the window on the door. No, sorry, Rebecca Silva. The window, the window, the front living room window is what was open, what everybody was looking at. Right now, on the front door, they have a big glass window, but that wasn't there then. You would have to probably be over 6 feet tall, maybe closer to 7 feet tall, to look through the door window that was at the very top of that front door. So sorry, I didn't make that clear. Yeah, the front large window that the neighbor looked in and saw the bodies and the gun. So that's what he did. He looked through that front window there, which is to the, if you're looking at the Crowley house, you know, the front window is to the left of the front door. Colin Prochnow looks through there and sees all this stuff. Okay, yeah, so it's already been covered. I guess I should read things before I start answering things that have already been answered. I'm way behind here. Was it normal for the dad to go that long? To go so long without seeing them is what I'm asking. Is what we're probably asking, right? So the dad, yeah, the dad kind of had. It seemed like David really wasn't talking to him either. It was kind of David was just, you know, not like there was any issues or any problems, at least none that they could see, but David hadn't seen his dad since September. His dad kept inviting him to things, kept trying to get in contact with them. So it'd be interesting to know why David was not responding. Was he just busy? Was he just working on things? Or was there some type of a problem? Or was David just, you know, like he said, like Kamel said later on, that they were working on going through some personal stuff that they were working out on their own. So, sorry, just there. Yeah, so you have at least one email where the mom is mentioned, and she's, you know, kind of, she tells her daughter that something about making sure David isn't dead or something. Anyways, the sister, the emails between the sister and Kamel, definitely stuff you want to read. I believe that's page 67 of the original police report. So go ahead and read those, because you'll find a lot of good stuff there. Not more blood. Yeah, I think a big question of why there wasn't more blood at the crime scene in the living room. The only thing that I can possibly think of is just there are those photos. There are hundreds of photos that we did not get, and maybe some of the more gruesome, more bloody photos are within those hundreds of photos. Or maybe the dog licked it up, ate it up. I don't know. I really don't know. You can clearly see there's blood where the blood is. There's blood everywhere. So there's droppings all the way, almost back to the hallway. The recliner that's next to the Christmas tree is a very important piece, because on the bottom of that recliner looks like a big bloody head stain. So if you get a chance, check that one out and tell me what you think. There's also another photo in there that does look like a piece of a skull or something like that. It's a very graphic photo. And then we have the foot. There's a bloody foot. Foot has a sock on it. And if I can show you here, I have pretty much the exact same sock that I saw. So this is the sock that I saw, kind of like this, right? Except it was bloody on the bottom, and the way that the sock was facing kind of made everybody think that it was the wife's foot. But it looks like a bloody sock would explain why the footprints in the kitchen, right under the laptop, why there's like three footprints, and they all look like they're from the same foot. So just a lot of things like that. Maybe there were more photos. Maybe there are a lot more graphic, more bloody photos that we just have not seen. So it's possible, right? Or or the other thing is that maybe they weren't killed right there. We just don't really know. But we do know that there should be a lot more blood. I'd like to know why there isn't anything. So let's see. If the dog did so much damage, it's hard to imagine the dog would just leave it all there, just in the one spot, right? Where's everything else? Where's the rest of it? Let's see. Trying to even Dan has video. Oh, good. Yeah, I hope some of our videos help. Like I said, I'm not really a good speaker, so I really enjoy writing and just talking. So just figure that's what I'll do. If I'm gonna do something like this, I'll just go in here and we'll talk. It might be a little boring, might be a little, monotone, but it's just real. It's how we would talk if we were just sitting somewhere chatting about this case. Oh, sorry. Okay. So my mic is really low. Okay, I'll try to speak up. Phyllis, I have a very soft-spoken voice, so I know one of the things that I'm gonna work on is getting a microphone extension for my phone, so that way it'll help boost up my sound. But that is an ongoing issue, and I think it's just me. It's just the way that I talk, because I'm not gonna scream. I'm not gonna sit here, but it's just kind of the way that I talk. So I'm sorry. I'll try to speak up a little more though. That's why sometimes if I get closer to the camera, then it'll pick it up better. But I'll definitely work on that. I'll try to speak up a little more. Because I have noticed that too, Phyllis. When I go back and I watch these live, this is probably my third live one that I've done. So I'm just learning with all this stuff, and I have noticed that my voice can be very low. So sorry about that. Let's see. Was the dog examined? I believe so. We're trying to get any type of report on the dog, on what happened with that dog, but more so, were any feces tests done? Because if police are going to claim that the dog ate those bones and part of those skulls, if that's what the police are really claiming, then they should have done those tests to prove it. So there's dog feces all over that entire house. How hard would it be to just run some tests on the dog feces and see if if any part of the blood or flesh was found? I think that should be very simple. I think that's going to be one of the biggest questions now. A lot of the new questions that have come up in the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family group, have to do with that dog. And it's just, it's not like saying, oh well, it's not like there's some elaborate conspiracy that involves this dog. It's just one of those very simple questions. Well, if the dog ate the bodies, where's the evidence? Where can you at least show us that tests were done, that they did those tests? And they're just not giving us anything. It's like pulling teeth when it shouldn't be this difficult. It should be very simple. And when you consider everything that they've given us, what they've given Tom Lydon of Fox News 9, 1,200 pages? Come on. 1,500 pages? Of what? So, there's a lot more out there that we have not gotten. I think that's definitely true. Now, when he says he got 1,200 to 1,500, pages worth, I don't know if that includes photos too. So, who knows? All right. is the missing piece. So Jeannie is saying it just seems strange that the missing piece is from the body. It's strange because it's almost everything that identifies a person, right? So yeah, and you, Jeannie, you talk about how they identified the Kamel and David was by their tats. I think David had a long tat on his arm, and Kamel had a small one on her arm. So that's how they were able to identify these bodies. At the time, they didn't have David's fingerprint from the military service. They got that a few days, maybe like a month later or so. But when I first read these reports, it's just like that's all it really is. It's just here's data here, okay, and then we're supposed to just go through it all and try to make sense of it. And if we get anything wrong, then we're these investigators, super investigators who can't even get this right, don't even know that, and they just sit there and try to laugh at us instead of actually trying to help us understand what really happened here. Because it is a serious thing. This is a very serious case, and the allegations are extremely serious, especially because there's a child involved here. It's not a laughing matter. It's not something that the family or the friend should be joking about or should be playing games with us about. They should be more forthcoming instead of just acting like they have the evidence, but they're not going to share it with us. Okay. And they're free to. The friend and the family, I can understand that. The police, no. They're supposed to work for us. That's the whole mafia thing that Slade was talking about. You know, that's a mafia tactic. Nope. Case is closed. Bye-bye. So the Apple Valley Police Department, it's a small department. Is it being run like a mafia? Man, I mean, there's something weird going on there. You look at all of these things that they did and all the things that they didn't do. Yeah, there's something weird going on there. I hate to see anybody get fired. I really do. They need to reopen this case. If they're not going to fire everybody involved in this case, they need to reopen it. And what really gives me hope is how many investigators, how many people were involved in this. One day they're going to come forward. One day they're going to reach out to tell what really happened, even if it's just to prove that we were wrong for questioning things or anything like that. We get thrown into this category of being conspiracy theorists, anti-government, all this, which is not true. It's just things that people say. It's just words, but it doesn't really hold water because it's not based on anything. It's just something they say to deter people from even looking at these same things. But once people start looking at it, once they really start diving into this case, you can clearly see there's something wrong here. And you can clearly see that police never proved their case. So maybe they should reopen the case and relabel it so that it doesn't mess up real stats, right? Because if David Crowley, there's one stat that we saw that had this listed as a domestic violence. So it's going to ruin those stats. Well, if that stat is wrong, if this wasn't a case of domestic violence, then, you know, it kind of brings into question all of the other cases that probably were in those same stats. So anyways, I'm way off topic. Sorry. Yeah, Jeannie, I think you will find something. I think just about every person has found something that we didn't see, whether it's in the photos, whether it's in the documents, and that's how it should be, right? It's not just one person sitting here saying, well, I found this, I found that, case solved, okay, moving on to some other thing. No, it's just, you know, somebody will point something out that I haven't seen. It happens all the time, and that just shows me we need more people looking at this. We need more people on this, and the more people we have looking at this, the better chance we do have to get the case reopened, right? So, and we're not worried about the intimidation factors, not worried about anything like that. You know, they can try, they can bring it on, do whatever they gotta do, but I'm gonna do that too. I'm just gonna go wherever God leads me, Okay. The dog feces should have been, yeah, the dog feces definitely should have been looked at. Excellent point. Okay, I'm gonna try to get caught up. I just feel bad if I'm skipping over anybody. I can see why you would have a moderator for this. Okay, so. Uh-oh, another person can't hear me. Can't hear what he's saying. If you can't hear what I'm saying, it might be because I'm talking very, very low. So I do apologize for that. Maybe I'll see if I can move up a little closer here, and hopefully the volume will pick up a little more if I'm closer. So let me know if that does anything, if that's any better at all. Hey Miranda, how are you? Thanks for coming in here and joining us here today. Appreciate that. How did the medical examiner determine that Kamel had been shot twice if she had no head? I'm assuming when they say she had, because yeah, you have one officer saying the heads were missing, all the heads were missing. You have another saying partial heads. But if the medical examiner was able to, and remember the medical examiner only says one shot. It's the police reports that say 2 shots. Now they could say 2 shots based on the medical examiner, but we don't know because we don't have the full medical examiner report. So that's another thing that we should ask for, that we should try to get. And anybody can fill out a data request and get this stuff. So I'll make sure that I include the data request in one of these links here too, hopefully. Yeah, all that blood, all the feces, everything is there. All they have to do is just prove it, right? So it seems like some of the evidence, yeah, they jumped to conclusions. I agree. Were the missing body parts found? No, they said it was not found. They make it seem like the dog ate the missing body parts. That was what the police report stated, and that's what Jim Gummer also stated. They were not found. They were eaten by the dog. That's what they're telling us. So, yeah, it's hard to believe the dog did eat that much bone in 3 weeks, but maybe, okay, maybe, but then, again, they should be able to prove that. Now, it's one thing to say, well, it's possible for dogs to do that. It's a separate thing to say that this dog did that. 2 separate things here. Sure, it is possible that a dog could eat human flesh and human bones. Sure, it's possible. How do they prove that in this case? And we're not seeing that. We're not seeing the evidence that proves it. Hey, Woofy, how are you, man? Glad you could join us here. Definitely wish I could figure out a way to have a little back and forth here, but if you have any questions or anything you want to, talk about, please keep them coming. Depending on when I finish up here, I might jump on a conference call or do a free conference call. If so, I'll post that into the Facebook group there too, and if anybody wants to join in, you're free to join in the conference call. Let's see, when a dog eats a bone, it comes out crumbly. I've seen when dogs eat chicken bones, it comes out all hard and crumbly with a yellowish tan color. It's funny that you say the yellowish tan color because I do see some dog feces that do have that color. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's what we're seeing. Some of the things that I thought looked like kind of like brain matter or something, maybe that's what it is. It's the fecal matter of the dog eating the human bones. That's a good catch. I'll have to go back and look at that one. I think you got something there. Yeah, I think in a lot of the photos, the dog poop did look normal, but I did notice that there were several dog fecal photos that did have that tannish yellow color. So we'll have to go back and dig those out, see how many of those we can find. We may have something there. Thank you for keeping us up to date. Yeah, man. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry you're having a hard time hearing me. I like I said, I got my phone here. I'm speaking. I'm not, a very don't speak at a very high volume, so I do apologize for that. I'll definitely work on that in the future. Let's see. As I said in the Facebook, this is from Rachel Miranda in the Facebook group. As I said in the Facebook group, I believe they were killed elsewhere and planted at their home to make it look like a murder. Should be way more blood than there was. And it's also weird that you mentioned that. Not weird, but it's also weird that they did not find Kamel's blood on the daughter. They did not find Kamel's flesh on the daughter, and vice versa. So the police were running with the theory that they were killed at separate times, right? Well, I mean, that's a big thing, because now that, obviously, if they were both shot at the same time in the same place, they would have each other's blood or flesh or something like that. Even after the dog gets involved in this and corrupts the crime scene, how does none of Kamel's blood or flesh mix with Rainey? So that is very, very odd. That's a big, big point right there. It's a huge, huge deal. Because it doesn't make sense. Okay, Wolfie says, murder or suicide either way, let this be a strong message of the battle at hand. Yeah, it's a big battle. There's something really strange going on here. So, yeah, I'm sorry about the volume. Again, I know. Let's see. Somebody needs to be fired. I do agree with that. Officers were paid off. Maybe. Who knows, man? It's just the whole thing does not make sense. See, Bugs Nona. Excuse me, Bugs Nona. Greg, I'm still confused in how both David and Kamel had a lot of damage to their heads, but Rainey's was still intact. Yeah, I don't get that either, because if they were all shot with hollow points, and if both of David's head and Kamel's head are largely missing because of the hollow point bullet, wouldn't it be the same for the daughter too? So I think you bring up a really great point there. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a good answer, only to say that they blamed it all on the dog. So maybe the dog hadn't gotten to the daughter yet. I don't know. But how long does a dog go before they stop eating flesh and bone? Within days? A couple days, maybe? So that's a whole nother issue too. You got three, all of these body parts and everything. At what point does the dog stop eating this rotten meat to get to the rotten bones? Let's see. Right on. Yeah, we'll probably need your help, I'm sure. Okay, Jenny is saying, plus I think that the little girl would have been more likely to get eaten rather than the adults. Plus animals, including dogs, would go for the stomach area and the neck area where it's softer. Yeah, I've heard that a lot too. And it also doesn't make sense. Well, okay, so the dog eats all of these things. Wouldn't even the dog be, moving flesh and bone and blood back and forth? How is it possible that Kamel's blood is not found on the daughter and vice versa? So I think that's one of the biggest things that would lead somebody to think maybe they weren't killed here, or at least one of them wasn't killed here, but they were brought here, they were put back here. And the other big thing is if anybody out there wanted, one thing that we could really use some help on is to get a really detailed idea of how the bodies were found, because there does seem to be some conflicting statements of how the bodies were actually found. So in the 485-page document that's where I found, I think, the best one, because it really shows where, how all three of these bodies were found, how close they were found. But it would be nice to have a nice drawing based on the documents, based on what police say. He was facing southwest, head facing northeast, whatever, to have a accurate should have included that. I mean, if they're not gonna, obviously they're not gonna give us photos of the bodies, where the bodies were, but they could have given us that, some type of a drawing. They should have done that for their internal use, so they should have that somewhere. Also could have vomited. Yeah, dog vomit, right? I would think there should be some dog vomit or something like that somewhere too. Maybe in a corner. I know, cats kind of put their poop and pee in a certain corner, so maybe the dog was doing that too. And it does seem like in that back room where the fireplace is, which is one of the least known photos that we actually have, there is a lot of dog feces back there, and back there is kind of where I saw some of that tannish, yellowish feces. So I just thought it is because it was old, but I think it would turn more gray, right? More dark brown and kind of grayish. So definitely something there. Lots of things to follow, and lots of unanswered questions. Okay. Did they find the blood from everyone on the dog? I don't know. They should have done those tests, right? So they should have been able to prove that. They just kind of tell us that the hands and everything were missing because of the dog. They don't give us any indication that they ran any tests on that or did anything with it. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing about the dog being examined. There is in the 485 page document, there is something about the dog being put into the veterinary hospital, but that's about it. There's nothing saying what they did. I know in the first day or so, they said you can feed him, and that's basically it. They didn't want anything else done with this dog. So I'm hoping after that they were able to run some tests. I mean, really all they would have to do is just keep running dog feces tests and see what came out the other end. They did have a diagram. Yeah, Jeannie's right. They did have a diagram of where the bodies were at, but the diagram that they have does not show the outline of the bodies. If you've seen the one that shows the outline of the bodies, that's just something that Dan Hannon quickly put together to kind of give us some idea, and this was before we knew a little bit more about how the bodies were actually found. So that it would be really good to have an actual diagram, an actual outline of where the bodies were found. In the diagram that the police have, it just shows X's. So there's 3 X's to mark where each body was, but it really doesn't. I mean, it gives you some type of view, and so based on that, maybe we can get somebody to do a more detailed visual diagram outline of how the bodies were found. I think that would be very, very helpful. So if police have enough for the exit wounds, right, they must have had something to show that there were exit wounds. I believe for the daughter, they said they found entry and exit wounds. So that's interesting too, because if she was shot and her skull is smaller, and if they're saying a lot of people were speculating the reason why most of David's head is missing and most of Camel's head is missing is because of the hollow point shot. Well, if that's true, then shouldn't the daughter's head be even more ruined than theirs was? Well, no, because then the dog ate them. Then the dog ate the rest of them. So the dog ate the teeth too. The dog ate, all of those bones. There's I think somebody posted there's over 200 bones in one human hand. How many are in the whole arm? So if you were to count all of the bones that the dog would have had to have eaten, right? And it just sounds like the police were sloppy. I'm not saying that they're, that what they're saying isn't true. It could be true, but their police work and their reporting they gave to the public just is very, very sloppy. It doesn't make them look good. It makes them look really bad. And if the reason why it looks sloppy is because they withheld certain documents, then that's even worse, because those documents would help prove their theory, and those documents would help us all kind of, get past all of these different questions. Eric Nelson's film was supposed to give us answers. You tell me. I know some people do believe it gave them the answers they were looking for, and that's it. David's guilty, case closed. But I think a lot of other people, it didn't do that. It did the opposite. Yeah, this case really caught my attention too. It was really, really interesting case that I was just thinking was just going to be another Philip Marshall case, and it kind of is. It's very, very similar, but this one is stranger, a lot stranger, and a lot less police documents were given out. In the Philip Marshall case, the police gave a whole press release, probably because the people asked for it, the public asked for it. David was involved, and David knew a lot of people in the alternative media. Where are they? Where were all they? You have very, very few people after these deaths even talking about it. They should have been all over this. So that was one of the most strangest things for me too, and really made me take another look at thinking about the alternative media and all that stuff, because man, if they would just be so quick to just stay silent, why? What scared them about this case? What makes this one so much different? Because now we got something real here? I don't know. I always thought that was weird. Yeah, no, you do start with Alex Jones, because I was on the fence at the time when the Crowley's bodies were found. I thought Alex Jones would be all over it. I thought he would have people on top of this, and they would kind of keep those doors open. Man, it was like they mentioned it once, twice, and that was it. Never talked about it again. It's over. It was yesterday's news. So, but the ones that always get me are the websites, are these alternative sites that will talk about all this other stuff, like Alex Jones. They'll talk about all these other things, but they won't talk about this one. They won't. Maybe they know something we don't, but it's strange. I still have, I don't know. I still have hope that we're gonna get very, very close to what the actual truth is. So let's keep going. The Klein guy, I was wondering if he was involved some way or another. I mean, I don't think so. Of course, I don't know. I'm just guessing, but I don't. The only thing we really know about Klein is what's in those reports, and we know that he was not the only one in the house. What we don't know is why was Klein's name mentioned and nobody else's was. If Mason Hendricks was in the house with Klein, his name, Mason Hendricks, should be in these police reports. You won't find his name anywhere, nowhere. You'll find Sean Wright's name in there, but you won't find what Sean Wright told the police. You won't find that there. It's also curious. Very curious. So, we could go on and on and on, but I just wanted to kind of cover that and kind of cover some of those things that have been on my mind about this case. Just going to look over the Mason Hendricks article a little more and see if there's anything else that I think needs to be covered. Otherwise, I really appreciate everybody coming here and taking the time and chatting. And I think we're gonna keep getting there. We're gonna keep getting closer to what the truth is. If the police won't give it to us, it's just like, why? Why not? Why not just? But from what they've said, they've given us everything. So, and then it's always, well, it doesn't matter what we give you, you'll never be satisfied. They don't know that. They just say that because they can't prove it. So, thank you very much. I appreciate appreciate all the nice compliments. We're gonna keep at it, but we need your help too. We need everybody's help, and we're all just here, trying to find the same thing, trying to figure out what really happened here. So that's it. The more people we have looking at this that are able to agree to disagree is also a very good thing too. When the group first started, we had a lot of people there, a lot of troublemakers, a lot of people who weren't there for the right reason. They didn't care. They wanted to make fun of people, they wanted to put other people down, or they wanted everybody to believe their theory. That's not what the group should be for, right? For me, it's more like a think tank, and we're sharing ideas. We're trying to discredit any ideas if they don't pan out, but it has to be done in a respectful way. We don't need to be yelling and cussing at each other on Facebook, and we don't need to be putting other people down or attacking other people or anything like that. And we're all human. We all do things maybe sometimes, or say something that we wish that we would have taken back. So we're just people. That's all. They can call us this and call us that, but we're just regular people. And this is just one thing that we're doing. It's not like, well, this is all we do. We only focus on this. We only focus on that. People that say that, they have no idea what they're talking about. So appreciate that. Appreciate everybody's help here. Here's another question. Why does the neighbor Judy say she didn't know the family, yet she's kind of all over this? And yeah, so Judy is another one who really doesn't know much more than we do. Now, she can obviously speak on, the David Crowley being the neighbor, but she never really saw David. I think she told me she saw him twice maybe. They were only there for a year or two, but so no, she didn't know him. She didn't know anything about his social media. She didn't know anything until all of this happened. So she was being fed a lot of information. The question is by who and to what end, for what purpose? Was it to get her to go along with what they thought or whatever they wanted? That's what I think. Awesome. Yeah. If anybody, you can always on my YouTube channel, and somewhere my Gmail is in there. So if you want to chat or anything, or if you feel that maybe you want to run some ideas past me, or you think, well, maybe I got something wrong, please, I'm totally open to that. So I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to shut this down in minutes unless there's any more comments or anything. All right, I will subscribe to that. Genie in a bottle. I'll make sure that I subscribe to that. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate it, and until next time.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. Today's the 5-year anniversary of the Crowley deaths. Welcome, everyone. The bodies were found 5 years ago today. Joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. And tonight's show is going to be opened up. It's going to be a 3-hour broadcast and live stream on YouTube to go over questions, comments, photos, pictures. We've got a PowerPoint and other things to bring the viewers and those following the case up to speed. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for joining me here.
Yes, and welcome, Sophia.
Hi, Dan and Greg.
Greetings.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Very good. So, where would we like to start? I'm going to jump onto that YouTube stream page as well and monitor the chat as we go along as well, because I've never done that in the past, and I'd like to take
great.
advantage of that.
Awesome. Yeah, kind of maybe you can help keep us going on what is going on in our chat room, so we can kind of make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to pull that up too, actually.
I'm in there right now.
Are you? Okay, great.
Mhm.
Awesome. We're all ready. You're all ready. I'm in slow mode here today. Let me pull this up here. All right, nice. We got 14 people in the chat right now. That's really cool. Love seeing that. You got She-Wolf. Hey, She-Wolf. Hey, Patty. Hey, Bugs. Wilson, Patty, or Pansy. And Paulette. Butterfly Kisses. Awesome. Great to see you all. Dan's also in the chat room. That's great. 16 people and growing. So, I believe what we should do here first is make sure that everybody, I'm sure everybody here kind of knows where to go and where to get all of your documents if you do need them. There's a few places that you can go. Obviously, you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom, and you can find all of the documents that we have. I think I did not add the ones that I wanted to. So the phone records, the financial records, and David Crowley's military record are definitely three of the ones that I want to add. But there are so many documents. There's so much stuff. So those are some of the most important ones. Then you can also go to uglytruth.info. And there's a whole David Crowley section there as well. So definitely, if you have not read this article that Dan Hinnon made this back in was September 22nd, 2015, and it's definitely something that everybody should read. There's also a lot of the old documents, some of the documents that you really can't find out there now, and some of the radio interviews. I don't know if you have. I know you've done a lot, so you do have the Waking Up to the Truth. Those are the ones I want to go back through those one of these days. I'm looking forward to that as well. Then I guess we should probably take a look at some of the latest posts that we have from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I was looking at it today, and we're getting closer and closer to 3,000 members. And I know, Dan, you had kind of talked about it. We have people this is worldwide. You know, there's people from all different countries, all different time zones, asking the same questions, looking into all of this stuff, and that's just awesome. What is the number? I don't know if I could see it here or not. Maybe in the about.
Well, you'll find that, Greg. One thing I'd like to add, being in Minnesota, 30 minutes away from where the crime was committed, I found on the Facebook Justice group page that many other states around the U.S. Were far more interested in this case than fellow Minnesotans. And now, 5 years later, when I am on the page approving members who wish to join, more and more of them are local people. And so that is a great relief to start seeing more local Minnesota people from the area and from also the Midwest their eyes are opened to this case. So, but once again, there's a lot from all around the world following this case.
That's true. 2,860 members. That's awesome.
And I think it's great that a lot of locals are starting to join, because hopefully we can get enough people interested from Minnesota to start speaking out and hopefully reaching the right people in regards to this case and getting it opened again.
Awesome. All right, let's look at some of the new activity that we have here. And this one was from Dan. Dan, maybe you can give us a little background. I know people, a lot of people, it sounds like they're seeing this image for the very first time, possibly. So you write, coming up on the 5-year anniversary of this photo, pictured left to right, Sean Wright, Danny Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. Photo posted on Instagram the day of the television interviews after the bodies of the Crowley family were discovered. So after they are interviewed about this tragedy, they posted this?
Well, it was a couple of days after the bodies were found. I'm thinking the time frame on this, I'd have to go back and check the timeline, but just off the top of my head, I believe this was that Tuesday or Wednesday of the following week. The bodies were discovered on a Saturday, and then Sunday was they wrapped up the investigation, and it was in the press by Monday and Tuesday, and I think this was possibly Wednesday. And I'm not sure if this was before the television interviews or immediately after the television interviews. And I can't tell if this is from someone's house or if this is from the television station or the waiting room or where they all were, but this photo was posted. I remember that day clearly. I was helping a good friend of mine move, and I got something pop up on my messenger on Facebook. Someone had screenshotted this image and says, "You'll never believe what they just posted on Instagram." And it finished off with the hashtag brothers, the four smiling guys in the aftermath of this triple homicide, laughing, happy, excited. I mean, this is just disgusting. And so this really got a lot of play when it first came out because I made sure to post it right away. And they were busy doing television interviews, but at the same time, if you were to read their posts on Facebook, they were in the process of grieving. They were in process of getting their head around what just happened to their best friend. They were trying to digest this whole scenario of what just happened. But when this thing got posted, that's where it became evident that it was all just a facade.
There it is.
And the response we heard from a lot of folks as well was the old people grieve in different ways, and we shouldn't take someone laughing as a picture like this as something suspicious because people grieve differently. And then it came out that this photo was taken many months ago, and they just decided to post it that day after the interviews. But I think when we looked into the screen image of that shot, that metadata or the EXIF data, that photo was taken that day and published and uploaded immediately to Instagram by Mason Hendricks. So very bizarre actions and activities in the aftermath. I mean, the memorial service hadn't even taken place yet, and I don't think an obituary was even published at that point when this photo was uploaded. And so I've always referred to this as the iconic smiling guys photo.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. So Sophia, any comments on this image here? Some things are better left unsaid. Is that what?
It's just tacky as hell. I mean, my sister had a memorial service a month after she passed away. We had a month to prepare. And let me tell you, by the time I hit the county line of where her memorial service was going to be held at, I could not stop crying. And that was all the way until I got home after her service, late that night, because we had to travel out of town. I cried nonstop. And these four individuals who had been all over social media saying, you know, let us have time to grieve, we can't answer questions, we can't help you guys out or anything like that, and then they're here giving interviews on TV and smiling like dumbasses. I'm sorry. It's just tacky as hell.
All right.
My personal opinion on that.
Sure. Okay, another one here, also by Dan Hennon. This was January 17th. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the very first mention of the Crowley case on social media 5 years ago today.
This particular image, I went back, I think it was a couple months after the crimes, after the bodies were discovered, and went back to try to see how this, because this wasn't in the news or the press or anything. and at first. Those press releases came out, which were little snippets by the Apple Valley Police Department, but I hadn't heard of this case on the local news or anything at all. So I did a search on Twitter, and I came up with this image that was 9:32 p.m. And locally here, we're coming up on the one about an hour away from the 5-year anniversary of this photo being taken in front of the Crowley home with the news cameras there with the Apple Valley police cruiser in front. And this is the very first one, and it just says police investigating 3 dead bodies, a developing story, breaking news in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And so I kept that screenshot because I had figured at one point that would either be pulled down or yanked or scrubbed or something, so I made sure to have a screenshot. And I posted this image today on both of the Justice pages.
Yeah, definitely. I don't.
Did it stay up?
Go ahead, Sophia.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Did it stay up, Dan?
I did not. I have not double checked this to see that that's being that's 5 years ago now. That would be pretty far back. If anyone on the chat room would like to do that, be my guest to see if it actually is still up.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Okay, Sophia has posted remembering David, Kamel, and Rania on the 5-year anniversary of when they were discovered. We will be having a conference call tonight. Yeah, so anytime anyone does want to join us in these calls, please just let us know, and I'll make sure that you can. I don't remember when I first saw these images, but I think I think the same company that helped them get the house, the same, I think it was, right? Wasn't it, Dan? The same company that helped them get the house is the same one that sold it? Is that correct? The same guy?
I believe so. I'm not certain.
Yeah, I remember something like that. But that's it. I mean, they were only there for one year, you know.
And that's another thing to get through to those newer visitors and listeners and members of the page. They were only in that house for a little over a year. I think this is them closing on the house in 2013 in front of there, and that's fall. The leaves are falling. It looks like it's October time frame, and so they had just gotten in there and gotten settled, and then celebrated their very first Christmas, and then a year later the bodies were discovered. So they were just happy first-time homeowners with a young child, and were living in that apartment previous to this, where we see a lot of the footage with the post-it notes and things like that. That was all in their apartment that they lived in, but they got this house, and happy new homeowners, young family.
Yeah, there it is. That's all of them. Let's see. Okay, we got tomorrow's show. Okay, here's one. Denise, is it beyond the realms of possibility that the killers stayed in the house with them, obviously with protective gear on, coverall with hoods, gloves, and shoe covers? I've had an iffy feeling right from the get-go that the house was too much of a tip. Kamel always looked so well turned out, and from what I've read, she doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would live with all that mess. A lot of great, interesting things to talk about there. Maybe let's start with the house being a mess. Was the house a mess? You know, I don't know. I mean, we've seen other photos of what their house is like, and we've seen photos of what the apartments that they've lived in are like. But remember, these are young people too. I mean, they died. They weren't even 30 years old. They very, very young. And so, you know, I mean, I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to the mess, to the messy scene, but I know that a lot of our members did, and a lot of people have made me kind of think about that and wonder about, you know, was the house messy? Was it ransacked? Was it gone through, et cetera, et cetera? So you kind of go through all of that.
I think I'd like to jump in here on that one. A young family with a young child, yes, your house will be not nice and neat and tidied, perhaps a little messy. The definition of messy is different to each person. I've seen houses much more messier. I've seen houses much more cleaner. I'm not sure what it means or if it means anything in this case, if they kept a neat house or not. But we have to remember that there was 3 weeks in between the bodies found and the last communication between this family, between a phone call, email, text, or whatever. So if the bodies were only there 1 week, dead bodies, they're being 1 week, decomposing and whatnot, we still have 2 weeks to back into. Were the killers there? Was the torturing going on at that time? Or were they just simply the family bound and gagged in the basement or something in that house? And so we don't know if the perpetrators in the house caused the mess or caused the ransacking, or if they did what they needed to do to find what they needed, if anything at all, and put it all back, or was it, who knows? That's kind of the question. Because there was 3 weeks there that are missing, we don't know who was in the house. We know that it was someone other than David, Kamel, and Rani was in that house due to the evidence that there was blood in the forensics, in the lab reports that excluded those 3 people. So we already know that someone else was bleeding in that house at one point. So if the house was messy or clean, I don't know if that's that much of an important point, I guess, because it wasn't just them in that house, and who knows what went on in those 3 weeks. But to each his own. I've had people respond to me by saying the house is just a pigsty, a mess, and I didn't exactly see it that way. I've raised young children, and their house kind of looks similar to what mine looked like. So to each his own. I don't know what the definition of that is, because it's very subjective, but some have commented. Now, the other thing, and my last thing I'll just touch on here before we move on to something else, is the basement is, David was just coming off that garage sale for the Bullet Exchange, his other company that he shut down, and had a large garage sale in the month of September. And so a lot of those items were not yet put away or inventoried or stored or given to Goodwill or sold. They were just out there, and a lot of the stuff in the basement was kind of a mess. David's guns, weapons, ammunition, police things, and some of his other props. So I think that also leads people to think that it was a very messy house. But that garage sale was just several months before, and he shut down that business, had a garage sale to sell everything. And what we see down in that basement is all the remnants of what was not yet sold. And maybe he was going through it to see what he wanted to keep for props and what he wanted to sell, but it wasn't, neat and orderly in any way. That part of it certainly was a mess. But I think people are mainly talking about the upstairs living conditions, and I didn't think much about that.
Okay.
Well, if I could put a little opinion in, we have a young child living in our apartment, and I can tell you we could clean after him or while he's taking a nap, and he could be awake for less than 3 minutes and be a tornado through it. So, and they had a 5-year-old who was home for at least 3 weeks. Well, depending on when they died, she was home, and it's very possible that they could have waited until she went down at night to clean, or did it before she woke up, that kind of thing. But it could be a losing battle while they're awake.
Well, I do think we have a couple other people on the call here. Who else do we have here?
I'm here. It's Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Hey,
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Hello, Christy.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us here. Any comments on any of the stuff that we've talked about so far, or anything you wanna talk about?
Well, I mean, kind of the same thing Sophia said. I've had kids, and I mean, I know, like, I've had people, when my kids were younger, I've had people that are, like, extremely OCD come in and say, oh, your house is so messy and everything. But, I mean, when kids are being kids and you're letting them live and stuff, you're going to kind of have mess and chaos in the house a little bit. And plus, not only were they raising a small child, but they were both extremely busy people. So they were trying to juggle a lot. So probably cleaning kind of got, was like, we're just going to, keep things picked up. And they may have had, like, some people have, like, different ways of doing things. Like, some people, like, they'll pick up and stuff like that, and then maybe, like, once a month they'll do, like, a deep cleaning or something in dust and everything like that. So I think it really just depends on the person and what their perception of cleanliness is. It didn't look extremely messy to me. I mean, it's really, I think that it kind of, because of the scene and the way everything looks, I think it makes it look a lot more messy than it was. But, I've gone back to that glass table a million times. I'm sure I drive everyone nuts, but that glass table, it was very clean for it to be so close to what supposedly occurred right there in such close proximity. And and it was a glass table. And so that's why I find it really odd that glass table was as clean as it was.
Yeah.
So
I think we have somebody else on the call too. Who else do we have here with us? 817?
What?
Who's that?
is it Pansy?
Is that Pansy?
Yes. I had to drop off. I got a call from my sister.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I just wanted to see.
And I come back on.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, I got to catch up with y'all now.
That's all right. Any?
Hope I didn't miss too much.
Nope, haven't missed too much. We're just getting rolling. We haven't even really started here. We're just doing some of the basics, going over some of the different basics about this case. I guess if you can call them that. And looking through some of the latest Facebook posts and everything like that. Anything you want to bring up, Pansy, before we continue on?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Make sure that if you do, just do whatever my cat does and just start talking. Interrupt everything.
All right, there.
Okay. Okay, cool. I guess let's go ahead, and unless anybody else has anything, I'm gonna take a quick look here in the chat room, and then we'll kind of move on. I want to say hi. Hey, we got a lot of new people. We're up to 30 people watching right now. So I know that I missed a lot of people, but I want to say hi to Christy, to Patty, to Johanna, to Jennifer, to Patty again? No. to Denise, to She-Wolf, and hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got just about everybody there. So we always got the best people in the best chat room ever. So I really appreciate everybody just being very cool, very chill about it. We got a whole agenda here, but at any time, if anybody would like to bring up any topic, please feel free. I'm looking at my bullet points, and so we went over that. Dan, maybe you can give us kind of a recap. You were on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's show, the Sentinels of Truth, Wednesday night, January 15th, 2020. You were on that show. Can you give us maybe a little recap and kind of tell us maybe when it might be coming out? I know kind of there is a time different. He kind of waits. He has to wait for some reason. But that's on Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, usually in Studio A.
Yes, Revolution Radio does the show, and I think it's Wednesday night. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has a 2-hour broadcast, and I was a guest for the 2 hours. The initial hour was dedicated totally to the David Crowley case. Second hour, they went on to some other subjects, and I stayed on for the show. But the first hour was very good, and they were looking for, there's I think 3 members on the show. It's Damien, Jamie, and Eric. 3 guys, and they're well versed about this case. So they asked several questions about the updates, what's going on, what's the new latest revelations, and I gave them updates on your book, Greg, the possibility of a documentary by Christian Coffins coming out, and the Justice Page. We've got 2,800 members, and so that was a very good topic. They asked some very good questions, and I answered and spoke to some of that, coming up here with the 5-year anniversary being today, and how far we have come. Most of the members that we get joining our Justice Page group is those who immediately just got done watching a Gray State documentary by Eric Nelson, and so we put that together on the show. That they did that as a propaganda piece to really shut up the doubters, but because it backfired, and it certainly backfired, the critical thinkers who watched that documentary with an open mind, they know that if something doesn't sit right, they don't know what it is exactly, but because we were mentioned, and Greg and I were both interviewed in that documentary, just a couple of clips were shown, but it does give the Facebook page and the Justice Page out there, and I think people do a search for it, jump onto Facebook and find it, and usually those very first people, when they join, they say that I came here as a direct result of the documentary. So I'd like to thank Eric Nelson and his team for doing that documentary, because it's really driving a lot of traffic onto the Justice Page, because it's waking people up. So we talked about those types of things, the updates, and how it ties in much to the bigger picture. We talked about the documentary that they did, the Gray State team, that was released, called The Rise, and that was out there, and then the movie was never made. We do get a lot of questions with that, even to this day. When will the movie come out? When will the movie be released? Will it ever be released? And so the movie was never made. For the new folks out there, the Gray State team put together a 2-minute trailer of what the movie could look like, and that's what they used to pitch to Hollywood for budgeting purposes. And but they never did make the movie itself. The movie was never made. There was different versions of the script, and ultimately it came down to getting a contract signed to do possibly a web-based internet series or a web series with called The Gray State. And so that's what David was in works with when the family was found dead.
Disturbing.
I just want to say thank you to everybody in the live chat. We have 35 people now listening.
Wow, that's great.
And Greg, I forgot. I don't know when that link from the Revolution Radio. I'm guessing it'll be tomorrow, sometime Sunday. That will be out there, and I encourage everyone to listen. Go to the show. It's just the first hour. There are no commercial breaks, but it's a good summary that you could share with others to get the word out, or listen to for yourself. But that should be available tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, and
it was a good discussion.
Was it? Oh yeah, that's right. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, the first hour was really about the group and what we're working on, and then the second hour was more about Max Egan and something going on with him.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure
he's just a YouTuber from Australia.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I know Eric has him on there a lot, but I haven't really checked him out. But I'm gonna try to get to his channel. This is probably where it's gonna air. Of course, probably need to go here. Well, it'll probably air on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's channel. I'm pretty sure that's where it's gonna air at some point. Sentinels
Sentinels Truth.
of Truth. Sentinels of Truth. Okay, I'll have to find it, but it's here. I believe it's might be this one here. I know he has a few channels because he got shut down. So, I know he's one of those guys. You know, he gets they go after him. They don't like him that much, but yeah. So I don't think this is his main channel. This is a different channel, but he does have another main channel there. But we'll definitely make sure people can have access to that once it comes out. I'm looking forward to it since I missed it. All right. Let me check the chat room here. There's a lot of really good chats going on. That's nice. Outlaw Bob Barker. Is there any chance that the script will see the light of day? Who has David's script? That's a great question. Do we know who has David's script? I don't really know. I would assume David's dad and the Apple Valley Police, or actually the Dakota County electronic unit. They should have copies of all of that stuff too. I don't know what their policy is once they go through all of David's data. I think they went through some terabytes of data, and then I guess they gave it back to David's dad. And there's also questions about different versions of that script, because some of the versions go into a more spiritual realm. There's some that the Gray State team didn't like. I'm guessing that it kind of strayed away from what it first was, but that first 2012 trailer was just a concept trailer, right? So I mean, but I was still expecting, like, if I wanted to see the movie, I want to see what's in that trailer, and it sounds like they were already, even in 2013, it sounds like they were already kind of moving away from a lot of the things in that trailer. There's one interview where David Crowley says that the guillotine scene will not happen, that there isn't one in his film, which I thought was weird to have it in the trailer, because that was a big part of the trailer, I thought. So
I think a lot of people who helped to make the trailer and help finance David would have been upset if it wasn't similar to what the trailer had been advertising, but that's just my opinion. I don't know, it just would seem kind of dishonest to sell a storyline and to sell that and then completely change it and make a whole different type of movie.
Mm-hmm. We do know that Danny August Mason moved forward with creating the company and the logo called Gray State Universe LLC, and he was moving forward with, I believe, the script. So if someone did have it, I believe Danny August Mason would have had a copy or had the script or a version of it, because he was moving forward with the company, and so one can only assume he wanted to use that and move forward with it. So if anyone had it, I think he was one person for sure who had something with it, because he was actively moving forward. He created that company, Gray State Universe, with the Secretary of State in the state of Minnesota in May of 2015. Just 4 months after the bodies were discovered, he was already getting the trademark for the logo and the company set up to move forward with the film. That has since lapsed. There is no Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota. But he was hot to trot at the beginning.
And you know, when he did that interview with
Ben Swan?
Ben Swan, he mentioned the Gray State Universe in that interview.
Did he really?
So he was already thinking about it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like near the very beginning.
Wow.
And he had mentioned that. I'll have to get the minute mark for you, Greg.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting point, because one answer that I think they gave, the Gray State team gave, was we wanted to continue on with David Crowley's legacy, but then they had to kind of walk that back a little bit, because they are also pushing the fact that he was a killer. And so they found themselves not knowing which really side of the fence to go on, and so they kind of let it go. But at first it was, we wanted to continue the legacy, we wanted to continue David's work. But like Greg Fernandez has said several times, is you got to watch how you say that, because you're also pushing the narrative that he was the killer. And so they quickly, I think they had to backtrack a little bit on that. And overall, it ended up, I think, collapsing after, and I believe it was after the photograph came out showing that the registration for that script doesn't expire until June of 2019. And I don't think Danny August Mason knew that, and until that came up on our Justice page, that he couldn't do anything with it until that point anyway. He had to wait 5 years or 4 years. And it was about that time that I think he shelved the whole deal and called it all off. Now, that's just my assumption, I guess.
Well, he and David's father had also filed. Who was it? There's another company. Was it the Copyright or the Guild? It was one of those where David filed, and they cannot legally get that script for at least 70 more years. But they both filed separately to have claims for that, and I guess they'll probably find out, if they haven't already, that they're not going to release that script.
Well, they've definitely tried, and they've pitched it too. So it isn't like they just tried to get that stuff. They were pitching it to the same people that David was actually working with. So it seems like they had a lot of confidence that they would be able to go forward with the script, and just talk. And it sounds like they talked to Michael Entertainment Group, according to what Mike Boggio said to Dan Hinnon. It sounds like they were talked to a couple times about it. So
interesting.
And that's just the one that we know of. So I don't know. Who knows? I'm just pulling that up, pulling the documentation of registration up right now.
Yes, that one. If you zoom in on the bottom right, it gives an expiration date, and I think
6/5/19.
Did I ever post the other information in the group, or did I just give it to you, Greg?
About, I have to refresh my memory, sorry.
The Writers Guild? I need to look in the group.
Okay.
I'll look in the group.
I mean, it's also interesting when this was filed too, because it's always that summer where things start getting really kind of weird. At least that's what I think. I mean, I think after May, I think you could argue, that's when it just seemed like David goes there. He meets with people, and they're gonna make this script. They're gonna do something with it. He's posting it on Facebook. He's very vocal. It isn't like he was trying to keep this a secret or anything too, which I did think was kind of weird. It was almost like he was trying to make sure that I don't want to say like he was just, I don't know. It just seems like he wanted to be as public as possible, and he wanted to stay in the public eye. And that's usually a great way to make sure that something doesn't happen to you. And the fact that David was kind of silent for those last 3 months and last couple months or whatever, that should be very concerning to people. And I think it is, but I'm not sure that it's for the right reason. Why they were so concerned. We start asking people, and it's like, well, David was distancing himself from people. I don't know.
Greg, a good point is, and you didn't listen to the show, the interview that I did on the Spitfire Sentinels, I brought up that very topic, and I can even go over it again now with this group if we'd like to.
Yeah.
Because the real story is that David Crowley had sent to Danny August Mason, I think it was August 1st, that letter to sign off his rights, to release his rights, that legal letter. It was, well, after the birthday party, so maybe it was September. But that they had been going back and forth on that, so he was distancing himself from that avenue. And then he had the argument blow up with his brother Dan Crowley Jr., I think also in April, that wrecked that relationship, and they cut ties. And so, and David was never really close with his father. So all that stemmed from the fact that they started pulling back on purpose. Now, what we get hearing from the Gray State group, the narrative was that David was going into isolation and depression, and then he slowly withdrew from everybody because he didn't get the contract. Is the narrative they got, is that they tried to push. He didn't get it. He was despondent, and Comel was paying for everything. David didn't have a source of income, and he was going into depression. And they had found out the mother of Comel was in hospice and with her cancer, and so they started kind of just backing out. And so the narrative that was pushed was all wrong, and we proved that on every step of the way. The interview that I did with Mike Boggio proved that there was a contract. They were moving forward with a $30 million deal, and I think all they were finalizing was two things: the options for that, and they were waiting for that letter, that legal note, to be signed by Danny August Mason. So they were kind of in a holding pattern. There's nothing they could do until they had that in their hands. And so David did pull away, as I think he was starting to recognize the snakes within his inner circle. And then with the problems with his internal family was the other reason. And I think they felt the walls were closing in. But it wasn't because he was despondent and depressed. That was the narrative that we were, that was shoved down our throats.
That's right. We had a good question here from Outlaw Bob. Where is it? What does the family think about the so-called murder-suicide? And that's a big question, because Dan, you've spoken with Comel's father. You've conversed with Comel's sister. Any response from the Crowley side, and what was it like when you talked with both of the father and sister?
Well, Comel's father, Mr. Alam, said when I spoke to him on the phone that he was so busy at the time dealing with the mother, Nyla Alam, in her cancer, in her ovarian cancer, and she was in a hospice care. This was way back then with bills mounting and everything else, that he didn't have time. But if he had the time and the money, he would hire an investigator to look into this case, because it all seemed fishy. He just didn't have the time or the wherewithal to push it, so he just kind of stayed in the background. And Sidra, the sister, Comel's sister, at first believed there was some kind of a pact, something that they agreed to do, and this all was true. The official story was true. And then she later went full circle 360 degrees and said that David did this. He was a nut job. He was a nutcase. He was abusive. They were in a domestic violent relationship, and they were using drugs and alcohol, and it was all his fault, and he killed the family. So she's on board 100% now with the old David did it versus the pact theory, and so that's where she left it as. And the Crowley family, as strange as it may seem, the father has never made a public statement, Dan Crowley Sr., about any of this. Allison, the sister, hasn't. She had gotten married in the aftermath of all of this, and moved to Baltimore with her wife. And then Dan Crowley Jr. hasn't. He's the one who posted I think on the page, saying that the family had, quote, passed away, and they're in her thoughts and prayers. And then a week later, he posted that GoFundMe campaign to try to raise $6 million to help Nyla Alam get through her medical condition. So he was the most verbal, I guess, on the Crowley side as far as being active. But it's very strange. The family It's almost like what I think Catherine said it best on her recent video is that David Crowley's mother was asking questions and interested in finding out things, and she was very close with David. But then 7 months later, she died. Dan Crowley Sr., I think, was placed in the tough position that all evidence points to the potential that his own son was going to be arrested or brought up on charges or somehow implicated in this bank fraud of the $50,000 that was withdrawn in cash back in October of 2014, before all this took place. That was the money coming out of a paid-on-death bank account that Dan Crowley Sr. had. No one should have access to that except for the person whose account that was. By Dan Crowley Sr.'s own admission, he said that month of October 2014, he was traveling on business in Germany, and that withdrawal was withdrawn from Minneapolis, Minnesota Bank in person. And so we can only speculate that Dan Crowley Jr. did it. For what he did it for, I don't know, but if that was to come up, and Dan Crowley Sr. did not want to lose both of his sons, he kind of just crawled back into a little shell and admitted that he was going to go through with the official narrative and just push that when he really knew what was really going on, is what I think is probably a fair statement. He was the one in this whole thing that's been probably compromised by from the gut. What do I do? What do I say? Admit what really happened and send my other son to prison for life, or let it go and at least I've got one son left and another son out there. And that's pretty evident, I think, from his discussion, his interview, and him reading from a script with an odd look on his face during that documentary. That did not seem authentic from a father.
Okay, we got another one here. Oh, go ahead, Sophia, if you got something you want to add to that.
It was the copyright for the script. And, I actually spelled it wrong. It's R-I-G-H-T. That's what Danny August Mason and Dan Sr. filed for. But
is that posted in?
Released.
It's not posted in the group.
I don't know. I haven't looked in the group yet. I was looking for the actual information on my phone, and I found it. I'm going to go to the group and look. But I did send it to you, Greg. And I sent it to Dan also on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, we should definitely post that, because then I can just pull that up from the... You should post some of that into the group, and I can just pull it up right there.
I will.
Okay.
I'm doing it right now.
Snowflakes had a great question, too. Did anyone ask their neighbors if they've ever heard David and Kamel fighting? I'm a domestic violence survivor, and I believe there would have been loud fights between them if this was David who did this. I think we have at least a few people in the police documents that say that they've never heard it. Every news article, everything, I've never seen anything that says that they have, which is one thing, but it's a whole other thing when you have people on record saying that they never heard anything, that lived next door to them, that lived in that same area. Have you ever heard anything about them fighting?
I haven't heard anything.
I hadn't heard anything. I don't buy into that theory, though. That's just my opinion. I don't think that there ever was domestic violence in that family.
Right, and it sounds like this person doesn't too, but just that, if there was, and we know that, Dan, maybe you can tell us about that one story you told me, where you're sitting at some gala or something like that, and all of a sudden, David's name pops up, or this case pops up.
Yes, that is very good. It was a year later, I believe. I was at a silent auction to benefit domestic violence, to raise money for domestic violence in the Twin Cities area. And at the conclusion of the dinner, there was a slideshow running with images of people that had died in that calendar year due to domestic violence. It was a summary of all the year 2015 of Twin Cities couples, families, and children that die due to domestic violence, and what we can do to stop it and put an end to this. Well, I not only take a big swig of my ice water at my table, and I see Kamel and Randy's photo show up saying that they were the victims of domestic violence. And so the next day, I contacted the presenter of that event that I was at, and I said, you know, that particular one that was shown, the case is not yet finalized. That's just a theory. The case is not closed yet. So this was early. This may have been late 2015, because it was January 2016 is when Apple Valley Police closed the case. It was about a year later, almost exactly to the day that they closed it. And so this must have been the end of 2015, and they already had their photos up there. And I said, here's a link to the article of what happened. They're suspecting possibly domestic violence, but the case is still open and hasn't been fully concluded yet. And so she apologized and said, oh, I'm sorry to add it to them. Did you know them? I said, no, but I was just following the case, and I don't believe that's the case. But that's sure enough. Someone had forwarded to the presenter of this organization to insert those photographs into the presentation, into the PowerPoint at that banquet. And my question is, how does stuff like that get forwarded? How does it even get in there, much less make it to the final cut of that of the banquet? But sure enough, they were there, and it was presented as fact. It was presented that it was a fact that they were killed due to domestic violence. And I said that's very misleading, because that's not the case. Back then, it was still thinking that it could have been a pact agreement where Kamel agreed to do it, and that certainly wouldn't be domestic violence. So it was wrong on all counts, but I did see that this must have been the end of 2015. It was during the winter time.
Okay, Sophia, I got that image pulled up here. I did there. Abigail has a really good.
Images.
Okay, there's several. Okay, so I'll pull those up, and maybe you can kind of go through those quickly. But before we do that, Abigail has a good comment here about Joseph Seaton didn't see David in 4 years, started hanging out with him in May 2014. He's now buddies with Danny Mason. Joseph Seaton moved to Austin, partner with Danny Mason in production company. And he has a pit bull and is an Army Ranger. I still want to know more about Joseph Seaton, what his rank was, how he was a ranking officer or David's commander. I still want to know more about that, but I did not know, or maybe I blocked it out of my memory or something, but I didn't know that he's working that closely. Joseph Seaton is working that closely with Danny Mason. Makes me wonder if some of the other guys that are involved in film, a lot of these guys were involved in their own film projects and stuff like that. Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, the whole Joseph Seaton, it was I'm not going to say a mistake, whether intentional or not, but the final cut of the film where they show Joseph Seaton photoed twice with a different title or a different caption on the documentary both times. One said friend of David Crowley's. Next time it said commanding officer in the military with David Crowley. So they had either forgotten to change the one instance of the title. You'd never have a documentary, and Christian Coffins confirmed this. You wouldn't have a documentary where a person would be listed more than one time and two different titles due to consistency in being uniform in the documentary. It'd always be referenced the same exact thing. And it maybe even could have said friend/commanding officer. But the fact of the matter is it was two different ones, which is a big no-no in documentary land to ever have non-exact titles given. Now, commanding officer is another thing that doesn't make sense, because he was in the military, I believe, as a ranger, and he may have worked with on one of his tours and maybe known David, but I think that it came out soon after this documentary came out that someone contacted us on the Justice page. It says that David's commanding officer, the person that he reported to on one of his tours, was a black man, an African-American gentleman that was not they said, "Who's this Joseph Seaton? Who's this guy? This clean-cut, bald guy with a beard?" They said, "Who is that?" And so we got hit with some questions right away because that raised concerns. So what I think, personally, and this is just my opinion, Joseph Seaton did the documentary and did his interviews, and then provided to the Eric Nelson documentary film, the production crew. He gave that definition himself, saying, "I was commanding officer." Even according to Joseph Seaton's ex-girlfriend, whom I've talked to before on the phone here in Minneapolis, she said this guy was a con artist from the get-go and was telling stories that she didn't believe, and none of the stuff he was even making sense. So all these characters that were surrounding David Crowley were, I would say, shady at best. Con artists, manipulators, master manipulators, and very good at playing with people's emotions and everything. So she said this was the same thing when they broke up, and he moved, and Joseph Seaton moved to Seattle to move in with some buddies, and then later that didn't last, and he ended up down in Austin, Texas, surprisingly where Danny August Mason is, and Joe Biggs and Alex Jones and the rest of these cats. So all these people all ended up in the same bucket, but Joseph Seaton was another one, very good at lying, very good at manipulating people, and I think that he offered up that title to the production staff for Eric Nelson and said I was the commanding officer. And I'll believe someone did some fact checking later to ensure that was correct and found out that it was wrong. So I think they just were going to use the phrase friend of David Crowley, and so they made the change, but not in both locations. So it may have been an honest mistake, but he never would have been a commanding officer in any sense of the imagination, as even Sophia, being her background with the military, he never would have been anything to that regard.
Well, and I'd like to add something. I can't go too far into it, but you have to be a certain rank to fulfill that duty, and they would have had to have the same MOS, and so it's not possible. It's in the only thing, I mean, I have to be fair and say, okay, well, maybe if the people that did the documentary, because they're not very familiar with military terminology, etc., whatever, if they just deem someone as being an officer, if they equate that to being a commander, then it would be an honest mistake. But if he himself said that he was his commanding officer, then it's not true. But I can't go any more into it than that right now.
And I think that's a good point, because David served on the battlefield in Iraq. By the time he got stop loss and got sent to Afghanistan, he was just simply working in the mailroom. And so Joseph Seaton, his boss or his manager in the mailroom over in Afghanistan, the difference there is that the word officer is attached to it, which leads one to believe that it's not an enlisted person, it's an officer. And Joseph Seaton
he was an officer. He was an officer. He was an officer, but he wasn't a high enough ranking officer.
Oh, he was. So he was not enlisted.
He was only a lieutenant, and he didn't make it very far up the chain, let's just say, before he was discharged.
And it wasn't even honorably discharged. He got into trouble himself and got out, but being that he was roughly David's age, would a commanding officer would have to be an older person? Is that correct, or would they be?
Yeah, he would have had to have been higher ranking than that. He would have had to have been at least a captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, if he said he was special forces, but if he was actually a ranger, there is a difference between the two. There is a distinct difference between the two. So there again, if he said he was special forces, it's only because he's trying to be grandiose and make himself out to be more than what he was, because there are a lot of Rangers, and I'm not to disrespect any Rangers or anything like that, because, you know, it's an admirable job and everything, but Rangers are not special forces. They are two completely different things.
Yeah, so I think we can safely conclude here that Joseph Seaton was lying when he told whoever that he was David's commanding officer. That's not the truth. It may be half truth or partial truth, but it shouldn't have even made it to the film. That particular title, in my opinion.
Right. Unless, like I said, unless the people that made it misunderstood him. But I mean, I would think, I know for someone that's honest, like if they were actually able to screen this before they released it, someone that had served, if they saw that up there and saw that it was a mistake, they would correct them, because that's, I mean, it's not it's not stolen valor, but it can be fraud. So it's just kind of weird that if he saw it, even if it was a mistake on their part, that he didn't correct them on it.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm wondering if they just use that title to give him more credibility when he talks about David going downhill. Because it's him and the chick who doesn't exist who started the whole part where David and Camille were both going downhill.
Yeah, they were both very, very good. Their role, I think, in this documentary was to push that narrative and to come off as incredible witnesses to show or to prove to the unsuspecting viewers of the movie that David was indeed going downhill and slipping. These guys were the ones, Susan Houghton and Joseph Seaton were the ones that really put the nail in the head, I think, in that movie, that really drove that point home.
So they have an actress playing a supposed friend and a con artist playing the other friend.
Well,
to sell that storyline.
Also, his little narrative about, like, that the way they're trained, he knows the way he was trained, and so he's sure David was trained the same way, to be 2-3 steps ahead. So he probably had more than one plan, and so in order to drive that home, he had to make himself appear much more connected to him for that to be believable. Because otherwise, I mean, how would he know? You know, because, I mean, so I think that's another reason why that kind of drives home. Well, of course he knows. You know, he served with him, so he knows what he was like. You know, he knows how he was trained, so he must be telling the truth. And one of the things that I wanted to add about, as far as, like, you know, there are a lot of service members that have PTSD, and combat veterans that have it, and there's various different types of PTSD and stuff like that. But there's a lot of regular people that have PTSD also from other issues, and if anything, service members are trained to be disciplined and have more control than civilians. So, you know, it's just it's just ludicrous that that narrative is being used. It's an insult that, you know, he was a veteran. So, and even if he did have PTSD, you know, he was a veteran, he had PTSD, so he must have snapped. I mean, it's unbelievable how many people are diagnosed with PTSD in this country. And if everyone that had PTSD was snapping, then half the country would be gone. So it's just absolutely ludicrous to use that narrative, because people with PTSD don't just like have it and it lies dormant, and then all of a sudden just one day they snap and kill their entire family and themselves. That doesn't happen.
And he was also filming war-type scenes. Everything that he might have seen over in the Middle East, he was kind of pitting into his movie. And he was going to the gun range and doing tactical moves and stuff like that. If he had PTSD, he would have snapped a long time ago. So that whole PTSD angle is just bullshit.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been able to cope with even if it was blanks, the gunfire and everything that was going on, and the types of situations that they were filming, how volatile they were. He would not have been able to cope with that. He wouldn't have run towards something like that if that's what had him traumatized.
All right, I'm just checking our chat room, because there was a lot of great chats that we are missing here. So I know, Sophia, do you want to? Should we get to? Should we go over some of the comments first, or should we get to what you were saying?
They were asking about the blood on the magazine of the gun, and I have that pulled up right now. It says mixture of 2 or more individuals. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Ronnie. And then it says Kamel and Ronnie cannot be excluded as possible contributors, though. And then it goes further down. It says that Ronnie is estimated. Okay, let me just read this, because it's an estimated that 99.99997% of the general population can be excluded from the contributors based on less genetic information obtained from known samples of Rania Crowley. It is estimated that 99.95% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors. I have no clue what that means. So, yes, the magazine did have David's blood on it, and possibly Kamel and Ronnie's.
Which, that's another strange thing about that, because the magazine had blood on it. So what's weird about that whole situation is, so the gun would have had to have been used, and then for some strange reason the magazine be removed and then be replaced into the gun. And I have not been able to figure out why that happened, because there were plenty of rounds in that magazine, but it's kind of strange that the gun was used and the magazine was removed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood on the magazine.
And the question to the official narrative is, why was David Crowley bleeding at all?
Correct.
Exactly.
because you don't see any obvious wounds on him. Well, they don't say any during the autopsy, except that he's missing the majority of his face and his right hand. But they don't say anything about scratches or cuts or anything on him for why he would be bleeding. If we're to go with the whole snapped murdered suicide kind of scenario.
I don't know if this is like out of place in the discussion, but I don't want to forget to bring it up because this has been driving me crazy. Okay, does anyone that's on the call travel? Like through, like travel with airlines? Does anyone travel?
I haven't since
Nope.
9/11.
Has anyone traveled?
I've only traveled like a couple times. That's it. Keep my feet on the ground. Sorry.
Okay, well, the thing that y'all know where I'm going. What is very bizarre to me is, yes, airlines have a rolling arrival time. It's constantly updating and everything, like when a plane is going to arrive. But all of the flights that were coming in from California into Minnesota, that the day that email was sent from Jason Allen, they're not real consistent with him saying he could call him at 3:33. And what boggles my mind is, okay, even if he were going with the rolling time of arrival, like the continuous update of the arrival of that plane, say the plane was supposed to get there at 3:33, and you could play devil's advocate and say maybe that's why he used that time. Well, he would need to allow time for the plane to actually reach the gate, for them to open the door, and for everyone to get off the plane, and for him to get wherever he was going to get and get comfortable in the airport to sit down and make a phone call to David. And usually when most of the people that I have asked, usually when people make an appointment to make a phone call with someone, it's like in 15-minute increments. Like, I'll call you at 3:15, or I'll call you at 3:30, or I'll call you at 3:45. Why 3:33? I just think that's weird.
Yeah, it's
It
very
is an odd choice for putting a time on.
Yeah, and it's 3.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Who does that?
Greg, what were you going to say?
I'm looking at this now, and it's 3.33. So maybe it's maybe it's a typo, I mean, is he doing this from his phone would be the first thing. Like, where is he sending? You can't really tell as far as I can tell. So I don't know. Yeah, that is weird. That's the only thing that I can think of. But, and it's January 8th too, so I don't know. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer.
Is for it to be a typo.
No, it's not a
if
typo.
You look,
You're right, because of the 9:30 p.m. It's not a typo.
it's just strange.
Well, he also
We
he spells it Gray State, Grey too. It's almost like he doesn't really know that much about this. I mean, you would think he would get
Well,
that right. At least the name.
that's the thing. He doesn't even really respond much to. He doesn't really address a whole lot. I mean, David sent him a really long email, and he doesn't really address much of it.
Right, and that was sent. Let me go back to the date again. Yeah, that's a long time. It's almost a month later. And David even says Gray State. I mean, he spells it out for him, so it's not like 1, 2, 3. I can probably count 5 or 6 times that David has Gray State in there. Obviously, yeah, closer to 10, but still. Jason Allen just kind of seems like, you know. So this over a cactus, I mean, there's so many things that we could dissect from this, I guess. But that is a weird one that I can't say, that I can't just discount and say, oh, well, it could have been this. It is a weird time to give. I mean, I'm glad that it wasn't 666, but again, that wouldn't make sense because there is no 666, but 333. And then at 9:30 is pretty close, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I really just wanted other people's input, like if other people do that, because I honestly just haven't ever heard of anyone doing that, and, you know, I want to be fair, and, you know, if other people do it, I'd like to know that they do, because, you know, I can only go based off of what people I ask.
Right. Well, I mean, even here, you know, how come he does 333 and then he doesn't do 933? How come he's very accurate on he's going to be back in LA tonight around 9:30. So I don't know what this 333 is about. Is it some like inside joke between them or something? I don't know.
That's, you know, it's either that or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy, for sure.
Did you want to go ahead and start going off the PowerPoint?
Yes. Okay, let me get this up here. All right, so the only thing I wanted to mention here, I put this here because this is pretty much what my book cover is gonna be like. So I'll show some of those photos later. But Sophia, you had let me get to that here. You were gonna talk about the blue blanket and no, I want to play your video first. Should I play your video or should I wait or should I? What do you want to do?
No, you can play it.
Okay.
I don't mind.
All right. So I want to play this. I have this warmed up.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it.
Let's see, I'm gonna go back here. I might be playing it too high. I made the high res, but let me adjust this down here. Okay, it's about 3 minutes long here.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it. Oh, that's slippery. We're gonna demonstrate the footprints. Okay. Footprint experiment, and I'm going to try to do this without actually killing myself by slipping. Is it buffering, Greg? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if it's buffering, I'm gonna lower the quality a little bit.
Okay.
As you can see, I already have paint between my toes as I stepped into it. It's like in my toenails, on my toes. Unless David actually took a shower, really cleaned himself, I do not believe that he made those footprints. These are my footprints. These are the, as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood
I can explain
and
what
not
I'm
had
actually
blood
saying.
between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done. This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. I think it's important to realize that David would have had a blood between his toes and his toenails. And quite possibly on the sides of his feet like this, and on his feet. His feet, in the autopsy report, sorry, in the autopsy report, said his toenails were cleaned and well groomed, and there was no mention of blood or dried blood.
All right, so Sophia, maybe you can help us kind of break that down. Sorry if it was buffering for some people. I might have had the quality on too high for my computer to handle.
I think the key point from that experiment, my main thing that I was trying to do was to see if the paint would get between my toenails and between my toes and stuff like that. Because whoever did those footprints on the floor, if that's what they are, they would have had to have had the blood underneath their toenails, between their toes, on the sides of their feet. And in David's autopsy, it clearly states that his toenails were well maintained and cleaned. So he didn't make that unless he jumped into the shower and scrubbed himself really well, because it took me about 10 minutes to get that stuff off. And then the next day when I was out and I was wearing flip-flops, I could still see little flecks of it. So I'm just not believing that he did that. So it was somebody else who had either stepped in blood or somebody else who made the footprints. And if they did it with their hand, it would have been their right hand.
All right, I was gonna pull up some images here. Actually, I will Give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys. Okay.
Mhm. Are you able to see the YouTube chat?
Uh-huh.
Are they
Yeah.
asking any questions that we might be able to go over while Greg is busy? I'm sorry, I had to go pick up my
let's see.
kids.
Someone says that they're going to ask someone, but they've noticed a lot of, I think it says elite talk about numbers in this. That disappeared.
They're talking about Germanta and what David Allen was talking in regards to 333 and stuff.
Yeah.
There was some other meaning behind it, or
Possibly. That he could have been talking in code.
yeah.
Which, all of us have had some type of issues with our emails. I'm wondering if David was having an issue too with his email being hacked.
Well, I mean, in I think 2013, when he was moving into that house, he had a hard drive that was stolen or corrupted. He lost some type of files during his move, which is kind of weird. So it could have been going on for a long time. I think after David makes this 2012 trailer, he's pretty much a target. He's a target for certain people. And so that's why, it's very important to understand the people that were involved in this trailer and the people that came after this trailer too. Because there's always that.
Mm-hmm.
And then also kind of how the trailer kind of morphed into what was supposed to become a TV series. That was the whole thing. That's what they were working towards, was a TV series. But I do want to go back to these prints. I think these prints are very important here. And let me see, because I got a few different sets of prints I wanted to look at here. So if we start at BCA 4486. Eight 4486. I mean, this is what they see. They're telling us this is what they see when they walk into that house.
And those are the footprints / whatever they are?
Yeah.
And that was just Canal's DNA for that. And I also sent you the one that after they had collected the DNA and then sprayed it. So it's much darker. I'm not able to look at my other device right now.
It's okay, I'm gonna go to it. Got it here, here, here. So we start looking at BCA 4829 is where we're gonna start here. And we're gonna move right along through that. You can see at this point they've marked where those prints are. And item number 14 labeled here. The most important thing for me, the reason why I do think these were feet that did kind of match David, is because I look at this little circle here, his index toe, and then we'll compare the index toe to that. Doesn't mean that everything here on the ground is a footprint, but the only thing that are noted are footprints. So if there are fingerprints, then that's a big deal, because that shows that they are hiding something, because they do not mention any fingerprints on this floor. So it's one or the other, you know. And I do believe 14 and 15, actually to the left of 14 looks like a footprint. 15 to me also looks like a footprint. Where the marker, where this yellow marker on 14 is, I think, Sophia, I think that's what you're talking about there. So I'm going to go to that one.
And when I had the paint on my feet, paint that I picked out was very slippery. But when your feet are wet and you have blood on your feet, it's the same type of concept. It's extremely slippery, and I almost killed myself a couple times. If I didn't have a wall right there, I would have slipped and fell, excuse me. And so for those feet to appear out of nowhere, those footprints, I find that highly suspicious. So there had to have been more that were cleaned up. And those were specifically either planted or they were specifically left there for some reason or another. And once again, for them to have enough blood on their feet to leave at least, was it 3 prints? They would have had it between their toes and toenails. And David's were clean.
Alright, so I'm zooming in on some of those ones now. So to me, this image, which is image number BCA 5015, this is the one. If you look at where E is, this looks like a fingerprint. I mean, it looks like a hand. It looks like a whole hand right there. So, which is not really it's not item 14, it's not item 15, it's just kind of mentioned there. But if you look at it, I mean, that's why this was one of the first images that I remember seeing like this, and it looks like a hand. But it's not 14, it's not item 15, it's not the items that they talk about. Go ahead.
Mm-mm. No. And it was very hard for me to replicate something like that exactly with my feet. My toes were not, I mean, my feet were completely covered in paint, but they would not leave it completely darkened in and stuff. It just didn't look the same, even though I was trying to replicate it. And once again, as I'm trying to do that, I'm trying not to slip and fall. So that was another thing, another factor. I just don't see how anybody could have done that and not slipped, and you don't see that in their footprint.
And then let's look at that, and we can compare that to David's foot here. And I know it's not the best quality, but this is, you got this from the Sloppymentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. And that's David's foot there. So, to me, this does line up with item 14 and item 15 with the footprints that we are seeing. That number E, that's questionable, because I do agree that looks like a palm print. It looks like a palm print. And if we're talking about you know, the possibility of just what they found there, or what was wiped up, or maybe that's why we're not seeing more, because some were wiped up. But then the question, I guess, would be, why would some be wiped up and some others wouldn't be? Right?
Correct.
They want to make sure that they give you a path, a clear path, to where this letter or this note is going to be written on the laptop, on David's laptop, where it says, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." So they create that path there, but we also hear about these other paths. We hear about these footprints that lead around the whole house. That's not true. None of that is true. And so that's why...
Consider the source.
Right. And that's the whole problem, is it's like half-truths, where you have to go and... Basically, you have to research it yourself. If you start listening to what certain people say, to what the Gray State team says, if you start there, you are in a world of hurt. You are starting at the worst possible way. You really just want to start with these documents. You want to start looking at these photos and come to your own conclusion, and then see, based on this, because I can tell you there's a lot of the people that claim to be the part of the Gray State quote unquote team. They haven't looked at this. They're not looking at these documents. They're not looking at these photos. They don't care. They obviously don't care. If they did care, then they would look at these things. All right. We are missing a lot of great comments in our chat room here.
I'm
So we
picking
need-
the kids up, so it
That's
might
why
get a
we need
little
like a...
noisy.
No, this is great. Yeah, we got 34 people still here, and yeah, there's so many great comments. There's so much happening there.
I love how the live chats have really been so interactive and helpful with these conference calls.
Yeah. Yep. That's how we roll. The only thing else I have... I'm sorry, did somebody else want to say anything?
No.
Okay.
It was my daughter.
So this is a weird thing that I found. I think somebody posted this on Facebook, and so it's kind of the whole feet, where the Greek feet, not saying that David's feet were, not saying he was Greek or anything like that, but this is that style. This was his style of feet. So and for me, that does match those footprints that we are seeing there. At least the two footprints, item 14 and item 15. It does seem the same. Alright, so let's go ahead and move. Let's keep moving on here. Okay, so let's go back to the PowerPoint. Are you ready, Sophia?
I can't see a thing right now,
Okay, I'm gonna go.
but I am ready.
Okay, because I'm gonna go to slide number 3.